Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, family. We are live. Let me get this mic together. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Again, make sure you subscribe. Got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one: we are rolling to Senegal in a couple of weeks. Again, we are rolling to Senegal in a couple of weeks. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO. Africa. Again, please visit Danfo, that's DANFO.Africa to learn more. We will love to host you in the beautiful country of Senegal with the best food in Africa. If you ask me, some of the best cuisine in the world is located in Senegal. If I gotta make a note to myself. Hold on, I gotta write a note to myself real quick. Oh, I forget. So again, we could double task, so dual task. So please visit Danfo.Africa to learn more. I would greatly appreciate it. We're also, guys, we're going to Kenya. We're going to Kenya in September, Zanzibar in September as well, Nigeria in August, and in November we're doing Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Ivory Coast. So if you're interested in joining us on one of our experiences, and beginning in January, y'all, we got a full slate. So if you're interested in joining us on one of our many adventures, please visit Danfo.Africa to learn more. And this is the site right here. Let me pull it up real quick, y'all. No, Larry, we're going to South Africa to Cape Town in May. I'm sorry, March. Next March we're going to Cape Town for the Jazz Festival. But Larry, I get your joke, but I would say this: see, they know how to act right in Cape Town because Cape Town's a predominantly, in large part. I don't. In fact, let me look it up. Let me look up the demographics of Cape Town. Well, let me, as I share this. Hold on, give me 1 second. Here we go. Yeah, so here we go. Africa. Go and visit. Well, Larry. So the thing about Cape Town, let me pull this up. Okay, I just want to pull up the. Oh, wrong site. Here we go. Demographics of Cape Town. So Cape Town's predominantly colored, which is mixed, then Black African, and then 15 to 60% white. But when it comes to Cape Town, well, the area of Cape Town where we will be in, it's predominantly, I would say, white and colored. I mean, you'll see Black Africans there, but a lot of white folks. So the buffoonery that's going on doesn't necessarily take place in Cape Town, like So basically, the xenophobia that's going on in South Africa, you won't really see that uh, in the areas that we're going to be out in Cape Town. And like I said, no matter how you feel about South Africa and what's going on, Cape Town is. I'll go ahead and say Cape Town's the most beautiful city in the world, if you ask me, or one of. I haven't been to all of them, but I would say it's the most beautiful city in the world. If you ask me, so we're going for the jazz festival, and then we'll more than likely go back to Namibia as well. Um, Without further ado, let's jump into today's topic. Today's topic: Are France and Algeria secretly backing the jihadists in Mali? There's a lot going on in Mali right now. Mali is fighting back. Guys, I've heard of this. Is it Azama Amzwa? I wish I would have wrote it down. But I guess not necessarily saying they're Arabs, but we'll just say the non-African or non-black Africans, the Tuaregs and other tribal groups up there that are non-black African, like northern Mali, they want to turn Aswad. Thank you, Aswad. They want to turn it into their own like republic called Azawad. Yeah, well, from my understanding, from my understanding, I think, and I could be wrong, and I'll put the link in the chat room here shortly. I guess when the French carved up Mali, like all the other countries in Africa that were carved up wrong, like I guess northern Mali should have been Aswad instead of Mali or something like that. It's interesting. Like they should have. I don't know. It's interesting, but the basically the black Africans run all of Mali, and the non-black Africans are like, no, not so fast. We want our own. Thank you, Lion Mountains. Thank you. I'm right. Thank you. All right. Our resident hater, Lion Champion is in the chat. Our troll. I'm sorry. Our resident troll, Lion Champion, is in the chat, and he disagrees with just about everything I say, which is okay. It's okay. It's all right, man. So basically, the non-black Arabs, I'm sorry, the non-black Africans, I don't know if they're considered Arabs or Tuaregs. I don't know if they're considered Arab. So we'll just say the non-black Africans want control of that area because they feel as if it belongs to them, and that when the French carved it up, that they should not have given it to the blacks. That's from what I'm understanding. That's from what I'm understanding. But somebody in the chat room says Algeria and France don't get along. They hate each other. No, but listen, that might be true. But we all know, even with the Berlin Conference, these European countries that once hated each other came together, united to carve us up, to carve up Africa. So if they have shared interests, they're willing to put that all aside in order to carve up the continent, which they did. So yeah. But anyways, I want to play. This is very interesting. This journalist, I want to play this video Here we go. Hold it. Is YouTube down? I'm not YouTube. Is X down? Hold on, y'all. Is X down? Damn, that sucks. So I had a video I wanted to play on X, but X is down. At least on my end. Hold on. Yeah, guys, X is down. I'm sorry. Like there is a video. What I'll do. Well, let me try to refresh it, see if we're back or not. Is so what I'll do. I'll put the link in the chat room, and hopefully X comes back. No, lying champion. I have not blocked anything. I have not blocked anything of yours. Lion Champion, you're just a drama queen, man. You're just a drama queen, Lion Champion. But guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. But yeah, for some reason, X is down. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. Hold on. But here we go. We're back, y'all. We're back. Okay. Let me see if I can get on this one. Yeah. Come on. Okay, here we go. Let me do this. I got it. Let me just let me share this tab instead. There you go. Okay. Here we go.
Whoever formed them, and I'll come to that in a minute, are working for the Western countries that claim to fear and loathe them as much as it's possible to do. We know that the French people suffered mightily at the hands of ISIS and Al Qaeda. So did the Belgians, so did the British, so did the Germans at Christmas market after Christmas market. But that didn't stop all of those governments covertly assisting ISIS and Al Qaeda to power, amongst other places, in Syria. And then recognizing the ISIS Al Qaeda government in Syria. And then welcoming, even though he wouldn't shake Anna Baerbock's hand. Well, if you knew where she'd been, you might not shake her hand either. But Anna Baerbock and the rest of the German government were absolutely delighted to welcome the ISIS Al-Qaeda chief, the so-called Al-Jolani, Ashara, and call him Mr. President. Even though I have seen him holding up severed heads with my own eyes. So the ambivalence, is that a French word? The ambivalence of Western governments towards ISIS and Al-Qaeda is well charted. So I'm going to make an allegation here. I'm blaming you, Macron. I'm saying you, Macron, were behind the ISIS Al-Qaeda supergrowth, which has led to them being able to infiltrate thousands of soldiers to try to overthrow the government of Mali. I'm going to make another.
Okay. Guys, links in the chat room. If you agree with them, if you disagree, let me know. But there's some more interesting footage that I've been again, there's some more interesting footage from this war. Viewer, you guys watch what you're, viewer discretion advised on this one. Hold on, let's see here. There we go. So what I'm observing.
درب العدالة ترحموهم شردوهم ضيقوا الدنيا عليهم واقهروهم
Like these, so these guys right here made up the suicide bombers that killed the minister of defense or military in Mali. What you notice is they're the black Africans who are partnering with these Arabs or whatever that are doing the dummy work and being suicide bombers. As you can see. So allegedly, they're pointing out the house. I forgot the minister who was assassinated. Minister. The defense minister who was killed. Sadio Kamara. So allegedly, this is supposed to be the house of Sadio Kamara that they're pointing to. That was blown up, and allegedly, this was the he was a member of the team that carried out the suicide. It was a suicide bomber in a car bomb. So they pulled up and yelled "Al Akbar" and blew themselves up. So yeah. So yeah, it's unfortunate when other Africans, support the destabilization of other African countries. It's just, it's unfortunate and it sucks. But yeah, but allegedly, well, I mean, they're getting it from also Ukraine. So Ukraine is in a proxy war with Russia, with Wagner. Well, they're no longer a Wagner group. I forgot the name they have. Africa Corp, I think, is the name of their paramilitary service now. So now Russia is actually, Ukraine is funding and supporting logistics and providing logistics and weapons for a lot of these groups as well. Which is crazy. So a lot of this has to do with Ukraine as well. So you have France, Ukraine, Algeria supporting these rebels. But from my understanding, and again, this is viewer discretion advised, Mali is bombing back. And also Russia is running. I just don't know anything positive that I just don't know any decisive battle that Russia has won in Africa or that Africans have really won with the assistance of Russia. I mean, I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong. And also, there's another rumor. Again, this is just a rumor. Yeah, look at the way they let Syria down, Venezuela, now Cuba. Hell, here in America, the Black Panther Party. I mean, look at how they've let all these groups that they supported down. Okay, so Russia didn't run away. Tuaregs wanted the ceasefire, and that's what happened. Well, the links in the chat room, you guys want to call in after the conversation, but allegedly this is the Russian convoy that was retreating. I forgot from Keita or Kadal, one of the Kadal from Kadal, allegedly. Here we go.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. ده كان مجانجو. الله أكبر. أبكنا في السماء. أبكنا. تيتا الله أكبر.
They're moving their wounded. Hold on, is that a Russian? Okay, hold on. I know there's a Russian flag. So they're allowed to move their wounded? No, hold on. No, Lion Champion. The StreamYard link works. It's just you be on your Obama phone. Again, you just be on your Obama phone. That's why it doesn't work for you. Because the StreamYard link works, Lion Champ. Because you tried to call in the other day and your devices wouldn't connect. It's just you be trolling from the chat, and then your Obama phone doesn't work. Okay, I'm sorry, your iPad doesn't work. That's just you, Lion Champ. I don't know what else to tell you, bro. Try calling on another device. All I'm saying is that's a lot of vehicles that they're using to move their wounded. That's a lot. That's a lot.
الله أكبر. ما كان لهم بس. يرزيهم مسينو. الله أكبر.
Je confirme totalement.
I need to learn French. Okay, more than 2,000 Russian mercenaries were evacuated after surrendering. Yeah, I don't think you need to, if you're moving the wounded, I don't think it'll take that many people to move them, relocate them.
Mali, welcome to the program, sir. Could you provide us with an update on the current situation in Bamako and the other affected cities, please?
Thank you. I can tell you that the situation is under control of the authorities of Mali, and the Malian army is winning one more time this battle against those imperial terrorists. I don't call them at all jihadists because it is not a religious war. It is a project of recolonization against Africa, and it has been disguised in terrorism. They are just mercenaries, the same mercenaries who destroyed Libya during 6 months of bombings under the direction of the NATO. They are exactly the same mercenaries who are destabilizing the Sahelian zone, the Gulf of Guinea, and all Africa to continue looting our natural strategic resources. In Bamako and throughout Mali, inside the territory, the army is mastering the situation and the imperial terrorists are defeated for sure.
And Mali's National Defense Forces say they are responding to this crisis, but how big of a challenge is it for them?
The challenge is big because there are neighboring countries who don't have the same definition of terrorism with Mali and with the Sahelian State Alliance. In many African countries surrounding Mali, they continue to believe that you can fight terrorism in association with the powers who created the terrorist organizations, destroyed Libya under our eyes, all of us, and that you can continue fighting against terrorism with the help of NATO forces. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have a very different doctrine. They know they cannot fight against terrorism in the Sahelian zone with the help of the powers of the West, who organized those mercenaries in the goal of recolonizing our continent and loot our strategic resources. So Mali has to fight in its own territory, but Mali is not helped but by those surrounding countries who continue to host terrorist chiefs, terrorist organizations, to help them to have weapons, to help them to have informations, who continue to cover them diplomatically and mediatically, who give them a lot of audience, like we can see it in official French medias. So it is an hybrid war and also a mixed war because those terrorist troops try to confuse themselves with the Malian population so that the army has to distinguish very clearly who is the enemy in some a little confused situations when they can link themselves, mix themselves with our population here. So this is the situation. Without a coherent understanding of the fight against terrorism in all sub-Saharan Africa, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger will be fighting against terrorism, but they will never be helped by those surrounding countries who are following neocolonialism, imperialism, and continuing to do this absurd thing, which is to fight against terrorism in association with the powers of the NATO who organized openly the destabilization of all the area.
And indeed, the Alliance of Sahel States has been engaged in counterterrorism operations in the region for quite some time now. But why is there now a resurgence of terrorist attacks? Why the timing?
The West is in a very serious and deep economic crisis, financial crisis, energetical crisis. The West is, in fact, the poorest part of our world. They don't have gold, they don't have gas, oil in their soil. They need to organize wars everywhere through the earth so that they can squander strategic resources of sovereign people. You see the war against Russia, it is the same goal. The war against Iran is the same goal. The war against Venezuela is the same goal. The war against Libya, Iraq, and many other countries through these two last centuries, organized by NATO's force and notably Western forces, those wars have only one goal: destabilize, to loot, destabilize, to steal, destabilize so that you can dominate by lies and by instrumentalizing international law. So Africa is in a very serious fight, a very serious struggle. It's the struggle for its true sovereignty, the end of the influence of post-colonial forces, neo-colonial forces, and preceding colonial powers. These terrorists are not Africans just fighting against Africans. They are instrumentalized Africans fighting for Western and Middle Eastern interests against their own people just because as mercenaries, they are paid daily for their crimes. So this is a very important issue for all Africans today. We have to support Mali, to support Sahelian State Alliance, because those countries of this confederation are the only who show a coherent, clear determination to fight for African sovereignty, prosperity, dignity, peace, and security.
All right, Professor Franklin Nyamzi, president of the African Freedom Institute. Thank you so much for finding the time and speaking.
All right.
I'll go ahead, man. Say.
Hey, so peace and love to chat. So let me just say this real quick. So your question as far as what happened with the African Corps, they was not running. What happened was the Tuaregs, they lost like at least 1,000 fighters, right? And what happened was they wanted a ceasefire, so it was negotiated for them to move the wounded, right? So let's be clear: if you're dealing with thousands of terrorists with a small amount of
So you're saying
troops,
you're saying all those vehicles that are moving were Tuaregs, not Russians.
no. The ones that you saw were Russians in addition to Malians. They were together in Kidal. But what I
Okay.
was saying, it was negotiated for them to leave. But like
Who?
I said,
Okay, I'm confused. So the vehicles we saw leaving, you're saying those are Russians and Malians. So
yes,
they were leaving. Why?
they were leaving because some were wounded, and also you got to understand that they was locked out of their ammunitions, and then they had their air support. So what
So
happened was
they were retreating.
they didn't retreat, because if you retreat, you leave all your and everything, and then the enemy takes your stuff. That's not what happened. It was negotiated. They retreated, because when you retreat, you leave all your stuff. It was negotiated for them to leave. They left because they knew, for example, what would happen was, right, if they had stayed and fought, they would have ran out of ammunition, and it would have been a complete slaughter. So
So they
instead of having
retreated,
that,
man. Man's sake, so they retreated.
no, they did not retreat, because they retreated. Why did they let them get their supplies with them? You understand what I'm saying? That's not
Yeah,
how,
but they negotiated. Okay, all right, continue.
all right. So people need to understand, right? This was not normal. When I say this is not normal, because they had a huge amount of terrorists. They say it's estimated like 12,000. And now the kill count right now for the terrorists is about 2.5 thousand terrorists are neutralized, right? So let's say if people say, you know what, those numbers is not real, it's nowhere, it's 12,000. Okay, so let's say if it's 4,000, right? Even if it's 4,000, they lost damn near half of their damn troops, right? So again, even though they have Kidal temporarily, how long they can maintain it,
Okay, so
dynasty?
man, say would the correct term be surrender, retreat? Like, what's the correct term?
I won't say retreat, but what I would pretty much say was they left on let's say on some peaceful terms for right now. But I won't say it was a retreat, because if it was, like I said, if it was a retreat, they would have left their supplies. It would have been panic. You wouldn't see bodies all over. So they didn't retreat. It was a peaceful negotiation for
A
the time
peaceful
being.
negotiation for somebody. Is anybody like somebody help me out here? Help me out, like.
But
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you
do you
say right.
I
So
think
it's
I think what he's saying, it doesn't make sense to me, because
yeah, it don't make no
people
sense.
people
Yeah.
people can retreat with your military weapons because you don't want them to steal your
No, but
technology.
this is what I'm trying. Hold on,
No,
but this
let
is
me
what I'm
make a
trying.
comment, then
No,
you
no,
can
no,
go
no, no.
on.
But I didn't
Man's
finish. No,
sake, you
no, I didn't.
man
I
say
didn't
you're.
finish what.
But he said I should try to help him understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I
Okay,
don't get man
So
say
the
I don't like
retreat,
how's that not retreating?
people can be under serious military pressure, and you can retreat with your equipment, right? With your military equipment, whatever the case is.
but
But
if
that
you know,
doesn't necessarily
okay, but the thing,
because if you are defeated, then you leave everything behind.
but
But when you
listen,
retreat, then which means you have all your weapons in place.
but listen to this.
Yeah, that's what I
When do
wanted to just say.
But listen to this. When do you know Tuaregs that wanted to have a ceasefire? Tuaregs don't do that. They did that because they lost massive bodies. Like, for example, that video he just played with Professor Franklin Nyapsi. Did you see those bodies over there on the screen?
Masaji, I don't believe on the other side.
Man
Military,
sake,
you
What you
always
mean?
see
No,
okay,
people
but
to
man,
make
okay,
themselves
hold on.
man's
comfortable.
sake, I understand that, but you have Russian and Malian forces in vehicles caravanning out of the city, and you got the Tuaregs yelling Allah Akbar. So I mean, how is that not retreating?
I mean, we saw the same thing in terrorist. I mean, in rebel war, right? People
But
retreat
yo,
with
but
their
city, I
equipment
didn't
when someone is defeated.
city. I didn't
Okay,
just
okay, you
talk.
speak there. I'm not going to talk until my
Yeah, man.
time.
So you
Okay,
got a minute. I got to pass the mic. You got 1 minute.
okay.
Go ahead.
So also too, the AES force was deployed, and if, like I said, if this was any other country, they would have fell within hours because that was the plan for them for them to fall, right? And for them to still managing is incredible. But before I end this, right, I'm gonna say this, right? Even though they have Kidal right now, right? How long they can maintain that without fuel, without ammunition, without water? Because I'm gonna tell you something. When you don't have water or you don't have fuel, you're gonna get desperate looking for food and for water. And right now, the AS they have the air support. They can't leave and they can't enter. So pretty much they're not gonna survive that long. So they might have it for maybe like a month or maybe for 60 days, but they ain't gonna have Kidal for that long. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, so the Russian and Malian forces left. The Tuaregs have Kadal, but for some reason they didn't retreat. Okay, got you. Go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings, brother Dinas. Thank you very much for giving your time again. Putting up a great show every day. When we have serious issue going on, I respect you for that. Man's sake, Kidola, my brothers, my big bro CD. I hope you're well. Yeah. So basically, first of all, Dinas, yes, these people are Aswad. Aswad, the one that been in the northern Mali, they migrated. In fact, they was chased down there by the Arabs during the invasion of Arab in North Africa. These people are actually the original people who lived in what you call Libya today. That's where that's their native land. They don't belong to northern Mali. Okay, and they migrate to that region, and because it was chased out by the Arabs, these people have no shame, and they was given, place in northern Mali. They intermarriage with the locals. They was given home, the hospitality by people of the Mali because we're great people like that. And obviously, this is turning out to be a big mistake. And only years later, they want to be, they want to treat us Africans like how the Arab treated them. You know, um, they turn out to be like what they are today. And now they've been used by the Arabs to do their dirty jobs in Africa, just like they are using some of our black people to do their dirty jobs against our own Africans. We see that. That's that's what you see just now. The black brother that you saw there, he's a black brother. He's not Aswad. It's not Tuareg. Obviously, we have Tuaregs who are dark skinned also. We have to get that clear because not all Tuaregs are light skinned. But the Tuaregs in general, they are African people, they're natives, but they don't behave like one. They have the same animosity towards their own brothers, just like the Arab people have towards them. And I'm praying to God, and I'm praying that the people, of the Great Sahel, the three military brothers, General Assimi Goita, Ibrahim Traore, and Draman Chiani, they find enough strength in them to wipe these people out and bring peace to that region, and they win this battle. And because what I noticed in that region, almost of the grassroots reports that's coming in, anywhere these terrorists moved in, regardless of the region, people don't like them. They don't want them there. They can't wait for the government, places like the Mali, to come back and take over because these people are barbaric human beings. How they govern the people, they're terrorists. You can imagine who wants to be governed by terrorists. Come on. They've been used by the West. And we've been here so many times. We say this. We said this time and time and time. And people think we are conspiracy theorists. And a lot of the things I come out and say, even sometimes we get argued, people come down and trying to shut me down. I'm the sort of guy that will stand in place and speak the truth. You can talk stone at me as much as you like. I'll stand my place. The West is behind this. We know the French are behind it, for example, via Algeria. I mean, other Western channels on different platforms are calling them out. And also, we know Ukraine are behind this. This is a proxy. It's proxy. And, I said the other day, man, said, over the Guinea border, these terrorists were caught mining equipment just not far from Guinea, inside the Mali, trying to terrorize people in that villages and trying to mine. So this is happening. This is not just us coming online and just making up stuff. We are reading reports. We are watching things that's happening live. The things that we anticipated, you know, it's happening in our continent, and this is just traumatizing. And our own people also are so stupid and dumb, to be used. And we know these people are very racist, and they use religion as a, and I narrated this so many times again, how they have used religion to actually blackmail us, fool us around. My brother, we're brothers, we are Muslim brothers, we're Christian, brother. As soon as you turn your back, they won't stop stabbing you, bro. They will show their true colors. They don't like us. All they want is our resources, our land, and our lives. It's about time our people wake up. The only thing I can say is, you know, those people who are fighting in the Sahel right now, they're fighting their own. Some of these people are fighting their own brothers. I hope God give them strength to continue this battle, and this battle must be won. I pass it right. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, CD.
Hey, Dennis. Here's Africa,
Hey.
everybody. Masake,
Hi.
how
Hi.
everybody doing?
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
yeah. Um, so this situation right now, I think Mali have lost completely, or they don't know the direction of this war right now. And as I'm speaking from the reliable sources that I got, there's a split in the Mali army, right? It was five guys that took over power from Ibeka, right? Asin Kuta or Sidhu Kamara that just died, and Morobo Conte and Malik, I think his name is Malik Jakwa, and one Ismail guy, right? So Morobo Conte, he was responsible for intelligence. I think he got wounded somehow. There was a tension between he and Seydou Kamara. And more than Seydou was the most educated one. He was the only one that went to college. And he did a lot of military training in Russia. He could even speak Russians. But there was a little bit tension between he and uh, Asim Kota. So what they did was all of them have their own security guy from their family members, right? And none of these guys go on the front anymore. If you can see Asim Kota before he needs to wear military uniform, now you only wear the designer guy, you know, to present himself more that he's presidential, he's the president, right? But at the same time, the person that was outspoken, educated, was the defense minister, right? And sometimes those spiritual leaders got among those African leaders, and that's how they start killing. The reason why they have to get up to this time is because they all have this goal to fight this war, right? And then all these guys that were fighting on the front, there's a guy in the prison they call Dambele. He was a very strong fighter, even though he didn't take part in the coup, and now he's in prison. So they jail most of these guys that was fighting on the front, right? So they all moving around with their own convoy. So when the defense minister got ambushed and killed, they thought Moribo Conte was the one that killed this guy. The guy that was responsible for intelligence. He's not educated. He doesn't even write. So, but because he got wounded, because his Stable Kamara group wanted to go after him, but when they realized that he got wounded too, they got they put that conspiracy into rest, right? So the whole thing is that's the part I don't understand. This First of all, Africa will not support these terrorists. Africa right now they have shortage of meat. They don't receive goat, sheep, and cow because Islamic sacrifice is coming up. There's shortage of meat in Ivory Coast right now because they used to get all of this from Mali, right? Guinea-Fowl also, they need to receive that from Burkina Faso. There's a shortage of that right now. There's no reason why Africa will support these people. Not at all. Right? Because they know they're going to be at risk. Okay. And these terrorists, they were drunk when they even came. They were drinking that there's a alcohol, strong alcohol that they made out of corn in Mali. All of them were drunk. These guys, they're just a bunch of bandits. If people have a military goal, they will capture a place and settle there and make an announcement and show their leadership, right? It's not like how liberal war and Sierra Leone was fight. They had leaders. But these guys, they are just out there for destruction. They go to these villages, you tell the villagers, you got to be with us. If you sympathize with us, we're not going to burn your town, we're not going to burn your farm. But once you take side with the government, we'll burn all these villages. So this is what that is going on. Right now, Malian army, they are not fighting anymore. There's a low morale among the military right now. People compare Burkina Faso with Mali, it's completely different. Ibrahim Traore, that just a one-man show, right? But as long as you see 3, 4, 5 Africans going and have a coup d'etat, there's always a tension. They always think that they're going to betray each other. And Mali have the history of that. So Asim Kota, he's not an outspoken guy. He even stumbled, but he has some sort of jealousy for the defense minister also because he's outspoken and people think that he's more presidential. But the reason why they took Asim Kota to be the president because he came from a military family, right? His uncle and Musa Traore, the former president of Mali, they make the first coup d'etat, and when Musa Traore killed his uncle also. So that tension is among them, and the morale of the military is completely down. But for us to be accusing people that first of all, you have to support a military group to whether they have a strategic mission to accomplish. You're not going to give weapons to people to just go and kill people in the villages and run away. Have they control any town in Mali? No, they don't have no military objective. They are out for destruction. So when someone come and say all these neighboring countries are supporting the terrorists, why would they support them? They're all at risk right now. So we should stop accusing Algeria is doing this. First of all, when they come in the town, they speak Bambara, they speak Marinka. They speak some sort of, it's almost in the form of Bambara. Anybody can understand as long as you can understand Madingo. So that's why they speak to the people, right? And most of them are even darker than me, right? So what Mali did recently, what they said, they said the other AES country did not come to support them. They said, well, if we were with ECOWAS, I think ECOWAS was supposed to come to our rescue to help us. But our friends did not help us.
City, that's a lie, bro.
All right, go and check it out. I'm not. If you say I'm lying, just check it. They didn't say the French they didn't have that. But if someone say if we were with CDAO, we could receive help from them, what I
So
mean?
are you saying that Burkina Faso or Nigeria are not helping Mali right now? Is
No,
that what
I'm
you're
not
saying?
saying that. See, this is how you're trying to. I'm saying that because when tension was so hard and they were somehow confused. The spokesman, what he said if we were with certain group of people that said they were going to come to our rescue. What that means? What that means? You can say something that doesn't necessarily mean that it's indirect statement,
But you are
right?
aware that you are aware what they're trying to do. If they go put their
Masake, we have experienced this in every war in
okay,
Africa.
but you saying because what
Military,
you
there's two things. Let me
because
let me tell you two things. Let me tell you two things. In the government, there's two things that you cannot
All right,
manipulate.
see, you got 1 minute. I got to pass the mic to
Okay,
Phil on it.
the first thing you cannot manipulate is a defense, number one, and health department. When you say you want to manipulate all of these things, it will catch up with you. It's almost like doing COVID in America when Trump was downplaying COVID, right? When people were dying because he didn't want the economy to crash for his regime to look bad. You cannot cover up defense. You cannot cover up health. When Ebola was killing people in certain part of Africa, some countries were trying to cover up. It was killing a lot of people because they don't
But
want their
there,
economy to,
I just want to
to be
let you
damaged.
know
So
that.
everything that you hear from the Malians, so do not take it to be
But
serious.
you know,
This
but
is a
I'm
more
saying,
propaganda they are running more than the reality. That's
but
not the reality on the
you
ground.
are you are wrong because they're giving them air support, and it wouldn't make sense to send thousands of troops to Mali if those terrorists will go invade Burkina Faso and also Niger. That's their plan. That's what they're doing.
Tell me of one village that these guys control and they were established and say this is our military
They still
objective.
have Bamako. They still have Bamako.
No,
They still
they
have
don't have
Kadi.
Bamako. They are on the
Yes, they
outskirts of
do.
Bamako.
They still have Bamako,
No. They
right?
are in the outskirts of
Listen,
Bamako. Well, let me tell you the part of Bamako they are. They are almost like if you are in New York, someone capture Yonkers, you will not say that's New York, right? That's the whole of New York. Katy is outside Bamako. That's the hometown of the president, Racine Kota. He was
Well, I'm
born.
saying that you're wrong because you're saying that the morale was down. That the morale was down. The
Yeah,
locals did
because
not go in the
Masache,
streets and go chase after the terrorists.
they have arrested most of the serious fighters. They are in prison. Dambele, ask any Malian, who is the Dambele that used to fight these terrorists? Why they put him in prison?
If the
Ask any
morale
Malian.
was low,
I'm
why
getting.
did the
Guys,
locals go
I got.
outside
Let me
to
pass the mic
All
to.
right, I'll end it for now, but thank you.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, Kidola. Kidola.
Thank you, Dennis. Oh,
Yeah.
thank everybody, Africa, Sydney, and everybody. You
Yeah,
see,
greeting, big bro.
uh, my enemy, my enemy is my friend. Now, what you see in Mali, the French are fully involved. The Algerians are involved. The Algerians are involved because of the Moroccans. You know, because the Moroccans, I think, somehow French supported these people that part of their land belong to Morocco or something like this. So what you're seeing is a geopolitics from that area. That France came in because Mali kicked them out. You know, this is how France behave, and this is how they will finally. Maybe one day they will not be out of that place for years. They will continue stalking them. If you understand, Shah the God do the same thing. It takes years. You know, they will block this, they will do this, they will terrorize you and everything. You know, and I don't think Ukraine might be fully involved because Ukraine doesn't know the last. Maybe they might teach them some certain things, but not like really involved into battleground. The Russians are very clever people. You know, when they think things are not going well, they will ask you for ceasefire that they want to withdraw, maybe come back again and fight you. I don't think the Russians will allow these people to stay too long. I think they have contract with them, and I think they will carry it out. But it's a pity. This is how other African countries are looking. You know, this why I was surprised. Nigerians are romanticizing France. France is a very dangerous country. They are like rats. During the Biafra war, they're from back supporting the Biafra people. Why in one hand they were telling the other one the other side. So what you see now, Mali will fight this for a very long time. Neither they succumb with the French or they continue fighting. I hope Mali succeed in this war. Otherwise, things will rough. Thank you, Dennis.
All right, let me read the super chat. M Lola 3424. Thank you for $3 holla. Islam, Jesus, and tribalism is the fall of Africa. Thank you for $3 holla. Reverend Green, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Dinus. I appreciate the show right now. So it's very imperative that we get the message across of safety out there and safety travel. There should be more travel advisories coming through. However, rise and shine, proud Americans. This is the man in the high castle, Reverend Green. And sadly, I have something to report again. It's become to my awareness that Africa is not listening. What's going on again? They're allowing the quote unquote sand caveman to bully them and beat them up more and more with the club. every day. What are they waiting for? All those surrounding countries, they're just looking out the window. Oh, dear Lord, I wonder what they did, until it comes to their nation. And then they say, oh, dear Lord, come help, save me, please. It's always the same stuff. But right now, the church is going to have to get involved. Oh, yeah, the Jesuits are going to get involved. And they're going to help recolonize that area of Mali and bring Jesus back. That is for sure. This year, this summer, you watch. Because it's a sad day. You guys don't want to fight for yourselves out that way. Pan-Africanism has not worked. Has never worked. We know this now. We can no longer deny that. But what will work? Fight. Delineation. Recognize who you are. Distinguish yourself. Are you the sand caveman? Because the sand caveman sure doesn't believe you are them. You're not worthy to walk around with their women. Only you could become a house girl. You can't even become a house boy. You could only be a house girl. You're not a man to them. I rest my case.
All right, Godoy Glay, go ahead.
Yes, you can hear me, right?
They're gonna take over Timbuktu soon.
All right. So can I come?
They already did that.
Can I go ahead
The
now?
16 million children in Mali right now.
Sir, I need to talk, sir.
Population of Mali.
You had your chance, sir. Let me.
Go ahead.
The children of Mali are starving.
Reverend Green, be quiet. Still, go ahead, Godoy.
Yes, I heard my fellow Liberian relative talking, so I decided to come here to ask him some questions. I wonder if he's still here.
CD's still here, yes.
Yes. So you said that General Simi Goita have lost his morale, and Mali have lost his morale, and then you spoke that you said that they are split into two different groups. What are the two different groups they are split into, and who are their leaders?
What do you mean by split into two different groups? Who mentioned that?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I hope you can hear me. My network is kind of shaking, but are you hearing me, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, you said that they have split into two groups today. Didn't you say such a thing like that?
No, I did not say that it's split into two groups. You gotta listen.
But you spoke of them splitting.
No, I didn't say split. I did not use the word split.
All right, then what did you say?
Listen. So what I said was, when 4 or 5 people get together and overthrow a government, and there's some sort of tension among them, right? And now all of them have their own military convoy. They have their own military convoy, right? There's a trust issue among them. The reason
what are some things you have observed that for which you say that there are trust issues? I know that people can speak based on logic, but there are some things that are critical that you can't just give logic. You have to give some observable facts. So what are some things you observe among them for which you said there are trust issues?
I said from the reliable sources in Mali, in Bamako, he from his observation that all these guys, when they took over the government, they all surrounded themselves with their own security guy, right? And all these security guys that are surrounding them, that are providing them security, none of them go on the war front, right? They just roaming around the city with their own forces because the belief is, oh, this guy is possibility that he's trying to be president, right? That tension, that little bit tension, everybody trying
so yeah, but these are just basic things now.
So that doesn't necessarily mean there's a split.
I understand, but listen, I want to say something, right? From the way that what you just said is just a basic thing that can happen. For example, like everywhere around the world. Before a person get power, they have to fight for it. And sometimes, those things happen. You can sometimes and human being as a whole, you cannot trust people. Even in Liberia, our president that never got in power through the gun. He don't trust it. Even he don't trust his securities. So those are basic things. But the way you are talking about it, as if there are serious tension in the army, and that of certain group
Well,
of
there's a
people
tension. There's a guy in prison right now. They call him
that want to
Dambele.
attack him.
Yeah, there's a guy in prison right now. They call him Dambele. He was a very serious fighter, but he had no relationship with any of these guys that were part of the coup, right? And Mali
Okay.
has Mali has the history of betrayal. When Musa Traore
Yes.
came into power, that's how he betrayed all his friends. He killed them. When Alpha Umar Kunari King was too many Toure King, he did the same thing. So they have the experience with that. So everybody now somehow trying to protect themselves. So even when the defense minister got killed, they were accusing Moribo Konde. As any Malian, people that in Mali now they want in diaspora. This is the guy that were accusing. They thought he was involved, but
All
later
right.
they
So
found out that he got hurt.
So one thing, are coming. So one thing I want you to know is I learned from a reliable source online that General Assimi Goita. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
General Assimi Goita, before he could become the president of Mali, his ranking was lower than some of the army officials. So when he became president, there was some group there. Just like in every group like that, you see a certain group that will, that will envy a certain that will envy a person. They envied him. They wanted to get rid of him, but he managed to grab them. Every one of those people, it was there were even, I think, 2 ladies among them. He arrested all of them. So
Yeah,
that news you are talking about is a past news.
No. Let me tell you.
Goita, what?
The reason Assimi Goita became president, he came from a military family. His uncle was involved in the first coup d'etat in Mali, right? He came up from a very strong military background. A lot of people think that this guy, the defense minister that died, he could have been the president because he's educated, he's well trained. So a lot of people think that he was the right person to be president. So for some, because if you observe Assimi Goita, that's why he's not outspoken. He's not that fluent in French. And now when he died, he's stubborn a lot. He struggled with speaking. So it's not like someone like Ibrahim Traore that outspoken, that are educated, that can express himself.
But I want to ask you.
Right. So
hello. Performance and talking. Someone who talk a lot and someone who perform, which one is better?
I'm not talking about terms of performance. That's not important. A lot of time, as a leader, you have to be outspoken for people to listen to you. What makes Ibrahim Traore attractive? Because of what he said.
Ibrahim Traore, I know people like Ibrahim Traore because he's young, and things like that.
No, not because of young.
You are talking about the man stuttering as if it's like a kind of disability, like for him to not be a better leader than the others. There are some people, they have certain weaknesses, but what matters is they have some strength that people in a nation need at a certain point in time. Right now, the people of Mali, they need a soldier president. That's what they need right now. Do you know the things that those Tuareg rebels have been doing in the northern part of Mali? They want to form their own nation called Azawad. Do you know
these guys, they are just a group of, nobody is supporting them. Nobody supports this guy. Any normal West African will not support this guy because they are out for destruction.
Apart from that, but you know that Azawad, the Azawad terrorists, they've been fighting Mali. All of West African countries have been sitting down. They have not been doing anything. Do you know that? Do you know of the Arabs that hit the Malians and leaders that done it? And I can say he's your brother because he's Bambara and you are Mandingo, right? The last time we had a conversation, I got to know your tribe.
Yeah,
he's your brother.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. So that Bambara man, who is your brother because you are Mandingo, the Bambara, the Mandingo, and the Yula. They are very intelligent leaders in West Africa. In fact, there was some anthropologists that did a study say that these guys, they are very intelligent and organized. The Arabs hate them for that because the Arabs views Black Africans as slaves, that people that will be slaves to them. So they see these guys that are doing some intelligent things and they are also fighting them. You know that the Arabs are seriously carrying on rebellion down there. You know that they want to destabilize West Africa from that place?
Yeah, me coming here saying the fact, I would say 90% of the West African leader are Madingo. They speak my language, right? Me coming here telling you the truth.
No,
We just want
90%
to,
are not Mandingo. That's
address
not
the
true.
fact. Okay, what I mean, this guy or Lassana Ouattara, where you think which language he speak?
No, but the president of Liberia is in Mandingo.
Hey,
No, I'm saying 90%. I'm just saying.
Hold, guys. One more minute. I got to pass the stage, James.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, I'm not supporting someone because he's my tribal person. I'm not here for tribe, but I'm just saying what the reality, what is on the ground.
No,
right?
you are not
This is what
saying
I'm just
reality.
talking about.
You are not saying reality. But anyway, I don't want to take much of the time.
But that's how your leader started killing each other. The same thing happened in Liberia when Samuel Duffy, Thomas Kiyumba was a threat. He started killing all his friends, right?
No, why you mean
So
Caesar?
it's always common.
That was different.
I got to pass the mic.
You can't compare that.
Go ahead, say James. Go ahead, say James.
Hi, Dennis. I'm calling in. I'm not going to stay too long, but I'm calling in because the conversation, is getting interesting. Prior to Camera being killed, we wasn't talk about this unity within the troops, right? Now we get kills, we're getting all the rumors. So we're gonna have, as African, we're gonna have to stop it. Sergio Camara fought with Assimi Goïta for a very long time. You can see pictures. They were very young. They fought in the Mali army. There is no jealousy amongst the two. You know what I'm saying? When they come to power, everybody played a role. You understand? So the idea that the Malian militaries are now united is a lie. If they were now united, they wouldn't be able to repel them in Kari. They would not be able to repel them from Bamako in all this area. They wouldn't be able to do that. You see what I'm saying? Kidal is a little complex because it's closer to Algeria. It's far from Mali, from Bamako. You see what I'm saying? So they suffer a little setback, but the situation is going to be under control. As we speak, Goïta is speaking with the Russian ambassador in Mali. He's speaking with the Africa Corps in Mali as we speak. So it's not going to go away. We're going to take over Kidal. And again, any rumor stating that Burkina Faso and Niger is not helping, we're not even supposed to use the word helping. This is our war. This is the AES war. What do you mean by helping? This is our war. So those guys that you talk to in Mali who are telling you that we are not involved, they don't even know what they're talking about. AES was created just because of that. If one country is attacked, the two will step in. So this is our war. This is our Malian war right now. So let's stop the rumor, get the right information. We got the right information. We are not panicking like that. We suffered a setback in Kidal, but the Malian troops are not panicking. You understand? All these rumors exist in every country, and they come out when the country suffers a setback. They come out, but it's not true. Assimi Goïta is well respected. The military respect him. If they didn't respect him, they wouldn't have fought. They would have left Mali fell. That's how the military do. When you're compromised, you you don't fight. But they fought, and some of them died for that. Let's not do that. And again, the idea that how you call it? Like, I'm losing my chain of thought. Like, we're talking about Dambele. African, let's stop this. Dambele was a traitor. He took money from the French. He was trying to overthrow Assimi Goïta. They got the evidence. So let's stop these rumors again. Dambele's father was a well-known, military guy in Mali. Why? And therefore, he fought. I agree. He's well respected in the army, but he made a mistake. He got caught. So what else do you want us to say? People betrayed a comrade, and that's what they did. Why Assimi Goïta in the midst of this? Why would he go take somebody and put him in jail with no reason, without reasons? Dembele tried a coup in connection with the French guy that got arrested in Mali. Dembele was in connection with the guy. So they got recording, they got meetings, they got everything. And you still sitting here talking about they plot to take him down. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't know that. You don't know anything about it. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's support them. Let's support AES because this is not about Mali. It's beyond Mali. You know, the reason why AES was created was just for that. If one country is attacked, everybody else is in play. So let's not talk about help. These are our people. So if you don't want to help and you want to hide behind your word, don't do it. We don't see other people. Of course, other countries are not helping. Helping doesn't mean you got to come with your weapons and help Mali. You're not even speaking about it. What's your position? You don't have any. Of course, we know where these people come from. We know they come from. Some of them came from Algeria. We know they came from Mauritania. We know that. How much evidence do you want? How much evidence do you want?
St. James. Hey,
May
man.
I ask a brief question? It's a humanitarian question. All right.
Hey,
Do you feel? Does anyone here feel a bit guilty about what's going on there?
If I feel guilty of what's going on, are you mad?
Hey, St. James.
Is that a real question?
Wow. Okay.
Hey, guys,
Go ahead,
Econ. Go ahead, Econ.
Thank you, man. I don't like. I like how Burkina Faso is Ibrahim Traore is trying to socially apply stuff, and that's the problem I have with Mali. Mali is I think Mali is Assimi Goita is using a strategy that's not working in terms of he's not doing any social science and social what you'd call strategy. The people are immoral, if you may, and they remain immoral. He don't put up a VDP structure like Ibrahim Traore. So these things are what you'd call false, I think, because what I heard is all these terrorists was inside the country. There were already sleeper cells inside the. Whenever time they come in, but what happened is the communities don't have VDPs. They don't have the armies is stretched out so they can't be everywhere. You feel me? So now that's a hiccup because now that you don't have no VDPs in the communities, you have sleeper cells all over the communities and nobody knows because a lot of people are under duress or they don't know. You feel me? So I think that's what went on and that's the problem where a VDP structure wasn't implemented and therefore you have gaps in security. You feel me? And also he's not Pan-Africanist. He's not Pan-Africanist enough. I think so he has not tried to set up any type of social network to socialize the people on certain level. You feel me? So the people are still disloyal to Mali and more loyal to Islam still. So he's not Pan-Africanist enough. And that's why his country is not attractive either. You feel me? Because it's like it's there, but it's kind of silent. So you have Burkina Faso kind of have the spotlight, but it's still because of what Ibrahim Traore has put in place and the way how things is going on, in which I see a lacking in Mali. Of course, they're doing their construction stuff, but they don't have a VDP structure and they don't refer to Pan-Africanism enough. Like Ibrahim Traore, right? And that's how I see I see Goita going wrong. Thomas Sankara implemented a organization, right? And it's called um the Institute of Black People, right? Farafina. So all of these things are social structure to kind of make the people pro Africa, pro Burkina Faso over Islam in terms as far as what I see. You feel me? And you can have your Islam, but you need to be pro your country, and no sensitive person would be offended. Anyway, that's what's not going on in Mali, and therefore the people are not transformed enough. Go ahead, my people.
Sorry, I got something in my mouth. With due respect, Ayatan, the Sahel, between Burkina Faso and Mali, these are, um, I don't know how much you know about these two countries, but they are almost the same people, bro. Socially, in all levels, and to say Mali is not a Pan-African country, wow, I don't know where you get that from.
No. Hey, don't be no hypocrite with me, man. I said not enough. There is levels to things. You feel me? So I said they are not same with Niger. They are
Niger
not
is the one.
Pan-African.
Niger.
Hey,
I
man,
understand what you're trying to. Well, I understand what you're. Hang on.
All I'm saying is, Niger don't have a VDP, and even though Niger is kind of they start their recruitment agency, so they're kind of different now practically. You feel me? But Mali have not
Yeah,
have. Hold on,
I was
Mali
thinking.
don't have a structure where, because to me personally, I think all 18-year-olds male should do 10 years in the force. You feel me? So that's what I think personally.
Damn.
You feel me?
Oh, okay.
So
I said that before. I said about the national service in the Sahel. That's nothing new. That's all I've been saying here since I've been here. I agree with that. I agree with
what
that on
I'm
that point.
saying,
But let me just say one thing, right? Because you just
yes,
spoke.
sir.
I can. So the different out of the three countries, the least Pan African country is Niger Republic. Okay, Mali and Burkina Faso. They have always been, and the Republic of Guinea. Throughout history, they always have been forefront of the Pan Africanism in Africa.
Please don't tell me that, man. I don't want to hear that, man. Speak what
This is
I'm
the
talking
truth.
about.
I'm telling you
Speak
the
what
truth.
I'm
You don't want
talking
to hear
about.
it.
And I don't want to talk to no goddamn Indian either. So speak Al.
So what are you talking about?
I'm saying that yes, let's leave the past. I don't want to hear about the past. We want to talk about what their faults are and what can be done about these things. Mali, Burkina Faso, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about ancient history, who was what. You feel me? Fine. You feel me? I'm saying,
But you
the reason why
just said I don't want
infiltration
to
was
listen. I
done,
don't want to argue. Yeah, I don't want
because
to.
these,
I don't want to argue for the sake of argument.
yeah,
All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to be really diplomatic and also trying
of
to be
course, of course. But I'm
intellectually
saying that,
trying
listen, man, the
to
fact
explain
is
to you
10,000.
about my
Hold
people
on,
that
hold on.
I don't think you understand that well. Okay, go on.
Yeah, but the fact is 10,000 people could infiltrate this country, right? And I'm trying to tell you that what I heard is they didn't just bombard the borders. You feel me? They were inside.
This was a
They were
coup. This was a
inside the
coup.
country.
This wasn't an
Let
invasion.
me.
This is the West.
I
Is the West
understand it was
trying
strategic.
to
I
launch a
understand.
coup d'etat against this guy, and they failed. And because of that reason, that doesn't make him less Pan Africans or less secure. Any of these military guys, I would listen. I grew up in the countries where we survived. I lived under military regime after military regime. From Sierra Leone to Guinea, Guinea is the most militarized country in West Africa. Okay, my mother is, basically I have loads of connection. I have family member in the Guinean military right now as I speak. Okay, so I'm telling you, military and regime, military officers are one of the most unsecure rulership system in Africa. Is a farmer. He's not supposed to be there permanently for a reason. Okay, these are people that take over moral authority when things break down in society in West Africa. It's been there since back in the days. That's why you cannot stop me from telling you history that's repeating itself from what I know. Okay,
So you
so
alone know
basically,
the history. No, the
no,
reason
I'm not
why
the only
I
one that
said this.
knows.
No, the reason
Mm.
why I said that is as if you are some teacher teaching us about something that we don't know. Just what I'm saying is stop talking to people like they're
I don't want
amateurs.
this. I,
You
I
feel
don't
me?
want. I don't want this to be between me and you. I
We
can.
know
Okay.
about
I just want it to be about. Yeah, about the issue that we face.
we know about the
Okay. Don't distract the
Pan-African
conversation.
history.
Mhm.
We know
Okay.
about the Pan-African history that was
Mm.
shortened. That we know the life of it was shortened, and we know
Mhm.
immorality took over,
Mm.
and we know everything. It turned everybody in these regions have become thieves and murderers. That's what we know. So my thing is, since we talk, since our groups, our Pan-African groups took over these countries, you feel me? My thing is,
Our pan.
to me, they have what you call drop their
Their
the
guards.
intensity of
They have dropped their guards.
Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
No, the
Okay.
intensity. Because
The
look,
intensity. Okay.
it's a
Okay.
look.
Okay.
Mali is a Pan-African country. That's for fact. For the fact
Of
that he
course.
went and got rid of the French, which
Okay.
of course very
Do you know?
difficult for
Do
Africa.
you
It's
know
a
ICANN?
Pan-African
Do you
country.
know?
Nobody
Do
can
you know the
There's
doubt
reason?
that.
26 million
The reason? Do
people
you know?
in Mali. How
Yeah.
many of them are the percentage are Pan African? Less than
Okay.
1%.
Listen.
Cut it
No,
out.
but listen.
Yes,
Okay.
less
Less
than
than
1%.
1%.
Yes,
Okay.
Less than
Listen.
less than
Listen.
1%.
What do you class as Pan African? This. I don't. Okay. When you talk about Pan African, is your concept from the West. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you talk.
Al,
Mhm.
since you know
Mhm.
your Pan-Africanism is Fulani. So you need to chill out. You don't have the moral background to dictate to us what terms is. So
If you
you
want
need
to
to
come
chill
and
out.
talk about tribalism, if you want to come and talk about tribalism,
You from one of the most immoral group in Africa. So what I'm trying to say is don't come dictate to us what Pan-Africanism is.
you need
You
to take
need to
that back.
listen.
Take that back. Take that word
You
back.
see
Take
me?
it back. What?
No,
No,
Africa,
take it back. Take it back.
Mali is a
Take it
Pan-African
back.
country. Mali
yeah,
is for fact.
Take that word back.
For the fact
where
that they
did
got rid of the
Pan-Africanism
French. Yeah.
hold on. Where did
Take it back.
That's,
Pan-Africanism
You
come
either
that's
from?
no. What you just
embarrassing. If
said,
you say
What you
Mali is
just
a
said,
Pan African country, I guess you're right, because it's embarrassing. The
No,
Jesuits
man.
have to come back.
what
The
you just
Jesuits
said,
have to come back
you take
right
it back now.
now
Take it
and
back.
save those children.
And
Maybe
Guinea,
Take it
abduct
back.
them and bring them to France,
and
wherever. They
people,
got to
hold
bring them
on,
to
and
them
most of the
because they're starving.
of
What you
Guinea,
just said,
most of the people
take it back.
I'm not gonna take it back until you change.
What are you
Don't
talking
come up
about?
here
What do you know
acting.
about?
Don't
What do you know about my
you
people and
are
my
trying
history?
to
What do
tell
you know?
me you
What do you
are
know
trying
about
to
my
tell
people? What do you know about my people and my history, bro? Come on, tell me. What do you know about West
they
Africa?
are thieves,
What do you know?
murderers, and
If you're gonna come, you are
they
coming.
are
You are
land
coming to put.
thieves.
You're looking. You are
They
coming in
are
our conversation. You
your
are coming
people
in
is
our
land
conversation
thieves.
while we're having a family conversation. You have nothing to do with this conversation. You want to come here and insult us.
Your cowherd of people are thieves, land
You
thieves.
just CD, based on what you see in for example, what just happened. How many of those people that you see they actually Fulani in there?
Why don't stay in
You don't know who's Fulani or
Why
Bambara or any other tribe.
Let him
Explain it to me in the face.
explain his reason why he
Y'all
think
need
Mali is not
Jesus.
Yeah,
Pan-African.
can you explain? Yeah, can you?
No,
Yeah, go on. See,
don't
I
come
can.
teach
No,
us.
I can
Don't
explain
teach us
yourself.
morality. Don't
No,
teach us
I can
morality,
explain
Al.
yourself. Explain
Don't teach
yourself.
us
What you
morality.
just, I can. What you just said now. Otherwise, I'm not going to talk to you. I can
Oh,
explain
you are
yourself.
saying there's a different Pan-Africanism in Africa. And how Africans going to tell us what Pan-Africanism is?
Listen,
Are you stupid?
Okay.
This is the craziest stuff.
You number one, you know nothing about Pan Africanism in Africa. You might know about Pan Africanism in Jamaica. Yeah, they are two that different concepts. Okay,
it's not yours.
What is your Pan
But it's not
Africanism?
yours. It's not yours. You can't
Pan-Africanism in
make up
Jamaica
your
doesn't
own thing.
exist.
What do you mean it's not mine? What do you mean it's not mine?
You can't, because you can't make
What
up
do
your
you
own
mean?
thing. You have to take it from us what it is. You can't make up your own thing.
How?
Well, hey, you see
Tell
the
me then.
crime rate in
Explain
Jamaica?
yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. You see the crime. Have you seen the crime rate in the UK? You know how many Jamaicans in the UK? If you want to go on that Bible, okay, no. Okay, so what are you talking about then? So what are you
man, what are you
representing?
talking
What are you
about?
representing?
All right. This is what I have to say, right?
Guys, just stop attacking people
Just saying,
background.
rest in peace,
Let me just say
He's a
this,
foreigner. He's not African.
Okay,
He have
let me
nothing to do with
just say
Africa.
this, Al.
He's
Let me just say this, Al.
doped crackhead
Hold on,
Rastaman who
Get his
always
money.
come here and
Stop
attack
cussing.
full
I
of
know your
people
feelings is
who
hurt.
are actually
I know your
better than
feelings
the
is
entire
hurt.
people that
Go
you belong
and
to.
cut. No, I know your feelings is hurt.
Greed is
I know you're crackhead, bro. You know you're crackhead. Why am I gonna argue with a crackhead on the internet, bro? If I cannot talk to you in the street, why would I talk to you here, bro? So if you have nothing to talk about my people, just keep your mouth shut, bro.
Yeah,
Because
let
all
the
you do is
fuller
smoke
come out
weed
of
and
you.
come online and talk
Yeah,
shit.
let the fuller
Because you're a
come out.
crackhead. Why would I talk to a crackhead?
Just
Why would I
stop
talk to a
attacking
crackhead
Trump.
for?
Just stop attacking.
Hey, guys,
let's cut my throat, right? You'd cut my throat, right?
No, come on, Econ. Let's stop. Guys, we gotta move on. We gotta move on.
Hang on.
Hold on, you guys. We gotta move on. And also, too, guys. So we got two options. I can end the stream now, or you guys keep going, but I have to go pick up my son from school. So
Okay, that is. I'll be cool. Okay, thank you. So all I gotta say is right. The guy, this guy just
Africa, just forget about that now.
Hold on. So
okay, I'm not gonna talk to him. I promise.
No, but I'm saying, you want me to end it, or I'll be back in like 30-40 minutes.
Let's end it.
No, you can. No, don't end it. Stay.
Go ahead.
I'll be calm. Okay.
Yeah, we'll
so
talk.
CD, look. Okay. So CD, see the problem that we have, right? When we're having family issues like this, it's best sometimes people that don't understand it and have nothing to do with it.
I'm not African now. I'm not African now, right?
Okay. No. I'm not talking. Listen. I'm not trying to say this in any bad way. Okay. Because you don't understand it.
Can you just stop talking? Let somebody else talk for a minute.
It was my turn to
talk for a minute, man.
It was my turn.
Stop being all butthurt, hombre. Let somebody else talk, man. I want to say something. I want to say something.
Okay, 1 second.
Listen. Pan-Africanism. Now, stop talking for a minute. I want to say something. Listen, man.
We are talking about
Pan-Africanism. Hey, man, stop talking, man. Stop talking, man. Al, you said you were going to
feed your babies.
Al, you say you were going to have some manners. Let me talk then, man.
Well, you're interrupting me. How am I going to have manners when you interrupting me, bro?
Let me talk. Let me say
we are
something.
talking about family affairs. Can you talk about your family affairs?
Let me say something.
Okay. Let's talk about
Jamaica, man. Stop being ignorant, bro, and calm down your temperature, bro. Go bathe or something if you're too hot, man. You feel me? Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, listen, Pan-Africanism is a small entity. It was started way down in the early 19th century. So it's an uphill journey. So nobody was Pan-Africanism. It's natural. It was Pan-Africanism. It's natural for 80% of Jamaica not to be Pan-African. It's normal for 80% of Black Europeans not to be Pan-African. Okay. It is normal. Okay. Listen, it's normal for Africans, like 90% of them don't have ideas about what Pan-Africanism is. So I understand that Mali have almost non-Pan-Africanist. So what I'm trying to tell you is an uphill journey. People have to learn and be trained in these characters. You feel me? for it to heal the nation. You feel me? So what I'm trying to tell you is no one was nobody is Pan-African. Most people is not Pan-Africanist. This thing has to be learned, and you have to and examples are there and teachings are there. You cannot take on your own teachings. You cannot dictate what it is, because it is literature. It is in literature. It is in all type of ways of living, especially black unity. So
you're begging the
can you give me a good example of a Pan-African icon? Okay, I can. I'm going to allow you. Yeah, I'm going to allow you. Yeah, man. Let me just reason with my brother. I'm going to allow you. Okay. Can you give me a good example of a Pan-African in current day and the history, and why?
Say what? Repeat that.
If you go back to history, of the blackness or Africanness and the current day, can you give me a good example of a Pan-African, like a person who you think, like for example, Marcus Garvey to Martin Luther King to Malcolm X to
hold on.
what's his name?
Man, he had to go back 70 years ago. This is sad.
Or current day.
Listen this logic.
Okay. Man, he had to go 60, 70 years ago. He had to go 80 years ago. What are y'all talking about? Feed your damn kids.
I can respond to my question, brother.
You saw the brother, he said he going out to go feed his kid. What's wrong with y'all? Why can't y'all feed your kids on the continent? You're begging the colonizer to come back and do the right thing, I guess. Because the crime rate was going down.
No.
Yeah,
there's
some abuse.
But
look at y'all. You couldn't take care of yourselves.
Let him talk.
Okay.
Y'all can't take care of yourselves.
I can. Let me tell you one thing, right? I'm just going to tell you one thing. You are attacking the wrong people and the wrong group of people. I understand where you got your feelings from. Yeah, when it comes to like, certain issues that are going on. Yeah. Let me just say, I know.
I'm not a naive person. I'm not someone who speaks something. I don't make false allegations about anyone. You feel me?
Okay. Let me just give you an example. Let me give you a good example, right? For example, you support Burkina Faso, right? And
yeah. You have pullers in there. Yes, you have pullers there. Yes. Okay.
You have pullers in there, good ones and bad ones. Okay. Yeah. You're gonna have that.
Yes.
Because you know what? Let me tell you one thing, right? The Sahel is a mix of full of people. Bambara, Mandinka, Mosi, and all ethnic group. Let me just finish, brother. I'll let you spoke earlier. But remember, yeah, majority of the people that you see dying in the front line fighting the same jihadists are people of my tribe and people of other tribes. So you cannot come here, and just pick on one people's tribe because you have some kind of feeling towards them.
The Jamaicans have no unity. The Chinaman runs them.
All right. Thank you, Al. Look at this point now, right? Look at this point, right? The Fullers of Nigeria, right, that are the head of the houses. You feel me?
You're bringing the Nigerian issue again.
All right, just let me speak.
I will explain to you.
Let me speak.
Okay,
they have the biggest voice.
Earlier, and I'll start speaking.
But they have the biggest voice.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned. But we're not talking about like Nigeria right
just
today,
hold on.
okay?
But
we're not talking about Nigeria,
bro. I didn't say the Fullers of Gambia, nor the Fullers. Fine, and fine. Not all Fullers. You feel me? Anyway, the Fullers of Nigeria claim that they are going to fully dominate Nigeria and make the South their slaves. It's in their writing.
I know your wife is Igbo. Okay, I know you've been very indoctrinated by certain ideology about Fuller people. I understand. Listen, I understand. I understand that.
Bro,
let me tell you one thing, okay?
It's to show how it's a scam. That's all.
My personal. You You can't attack my
I'm on
personal
this platform to
affiliation.
expose how it's a scam.
I'm
That's
talking
it.
about. I'm talking about.
Not
I'm
the
talking about.
platform Pan-Africanism.
I'm talking about things that was written and read out by Fulanis in their mosque. You feel me? Where they tape
God.
themselves speaking.
If you listen
You feel
to
me?
ICANN, if you listen to Nigeria, if we listen, ICANN, okay. Let me just speak because I let you speak all this time since Dinus went, and you've been speaking, okay. I start speaking and you interrupt me. Basically, if you listen to Nigerians, okay, let me just please just listen to this, okay. If you want to learn from each other, just listen, okay. If you listen to Nigerians, okay, from the south against Nigerians from the north, you're not gonna get the rights. You're not. It's not gonna be balanced. If you listen to Nigerians from the north about Nigerians from the south, you're not gonna get the right balance. Okay, because this is a country that's highly divided based on religion, tribe, and region. Okay, this is the problem. So when
Man,
it comes to
Asia
these
doesn't
people,
have these type of problems.
exactly, I met in the high castle. Okay, this is the problem, and this is what I'm trying to say to you.
What
Me,
are
listen
you
to me.
talking about?
I can. Hang on, hold on. Me.
It's just the
I'm from
truth.
Sierra Leone.
It's 2026. Come on, yo.
I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone. Okay, and the type of Fula I belong to is a Fula from that Sierra Leone Guinea territory. Okay, and if you're talking about Pan Africa, if you're talking about Pan Africanism, okay, I don't know if you know this, but have you heard about Samori Toure?
History again?
Yeah, no, I'm just. But history repeats itself sometimes. Have you heard about Samori Toure?
Hold on. You want to give us recent history again? Really?
Yeah. Well, okay. Samori Toure and Alpha Yaya. These are one of the first Pan African that we know.
Bro, talk about now. Talk about.
Okay, let me just give it.
Guinea.
You just
Guinea,
mentioned.
the people of Guinea. The people of Guinea is not Pan-Africanist.
Okay. How is it people of Guinea are not Pan-African? Do you know as we speak, most of the senior military officers in the AES
the people of Guinea.
No, hold on. I don't know what you class as Pan-Africanism. What you class as Pan-Africanism in the Caribbean, and what will you class as Pan-Africanism in Africa?
Can I say this?
The same. Stop.
All right. Can I give you a fault? Can I give you a fault that we all know about them? You want me to tell you? I'm talking about Guinea. All right. Listen. If any Tim Lee or our crew or any one of those think in their confident mind that they can go to Guinea and get a goddamn wife, whether Mandinka or Fula or any one of them. If they go over there, they gonna put them on the ground and beat them with straws or rope or what the fuck ever. That's what gonna happen to them in Guinea. Let me speak first. Let me finish.
No, you know what? I'm gonna log out. I'm not gonna waste my brain with you, bro.
But wait. One more thing. Before you hold on, I'm gonna be short.
I'm gonna log out.
No, I'm gonna be short.
Sorry, Dan.
I'm gonna be short. One more thing. Hold on. I'm gonna be short. One more thing. Any American white man or British man can go into Guinea and get himself a fuller wife. Easy.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You see, that's a lie. You see, I'm not gonna waste my brain on you, bro. Honestly, this is how I know you're a liar. You see,
can't tell me shit.
Honestly, you need help. You need help.
So you need
help, bro. I don't want to argue with you, bro. You need help. I'm glad that you speak the more dumb you sound, bro. Come on. You need help, bro.
So I'm asking now, a Timley man can cross the border. No, I'm asking now, can it happen? A Timley man, can he cross the border? Can he cross the border and tell a Fuller chief that he want a wife?
Yes, with many cows and rams, and he'll still be buried in the tree brush.
Okay, can you let me educate you now? Let me educate.
Stoned.
I can. Let me educate you now, okay?
He wouldn't even.
Shut up.
Buried under some babble
tree
brush.
You just shut up because you behave like
by the village.
In Sierra Leone, we have two group of fullers in Sierra Leone, admixture in Sierra Leone. In the north, we have what they call the Sanda Timini. Okay, the Sanda Timini and they are fuller and Timini mixed together. And the Mende in the south, we have the Kai Kai Mende. The Kai Kai Mende are Mende and fuller mixed together. Stop talking about our people that you don't know shit about, bro. You come in there and I know your wife is Igbo. I know your wife is Igbo. Listen,
Wait.
I know your wife is Igbo and she been hearing you all
Hold on, the mix that you're saying. Wait, man, I'm asking you a question.
That will come back and explain that.
I'm asking you a question.
I don't want to hear you, man. Listen, I'm not talking to you. Just move on.
The mix that is going on. Hold on, the mix of the Fuller and Timley. Hold on. The mix of the Fuller and Timley. Hold on, the mix of the Fuller and Timley.
Hold on,
the mix of the Fuller and Timley is only by the Fuller fathers.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So it's admixture of both sides, full mothers and fathers.
Yeah, but they can trace.
You're an idiot, bro. I'm not gonna waste my time with you.
They can trace their lineage.
Want to be a Pan-African?
Listen. You're dumb, bro. You are so. Honestly, I can. Please try not to come up on the show again. As long as you're alive.
If a Timley man go to a Fuller woman, she's no more a Fuller. She a Timley, and the children are Timley. You know that.
Oh my God, you're such an idiot. You don't know. Okay, whatever, man. Just go.
And that's how the Fuller think. We know that. Come on, don't try to hide.
Somewhere, bro. Don't try to hide. Smoke crack. Come on.
Don't try to hide.
Let me talk to you. I'm done with this guy, man.
Shaming tactics. What's this? Shaming tactics?
You're too slow for me, bro. I'm not gonna waste my time with you.
You always coming on this channel.
There's only one country in Africa who's ever done it in modern times, and that is Algeria. You know? Just watch the movie A Battle of Algiers.
Algeria needs to be nuked.
Algeria did it in the 1950s, and look at them now. This year they'll be in the World Cup finals. They might even make it all the way.
Algeria need our nuclear bomb.
They fought. You guys won't study how they fought.
Yeah, Algeria. Listen, let me say like Algeria.
If it wasn't for Mali,
in a different way than y'all talking about. It wasn't through Pan-Africanism. None of that weird shit that y'all talking about.
Algeria. I can.
This is why they kick ISO Speed out, because he goofy. Yeah. They knew to push him away.
Northern African countries, men in high castles. You see, one thing that you always say, I agree with you. Okay, I remember when the last time he came on, he said about the sun crackers. I agree with you. They've been our longest enemy in this world. They always will be, unless we solve this problem. And nobody knows this problem.
Who is their friend?
Nobody knows.
Isn't it the Fuller that's inviting them?
The Fuller's done everything in this world. Everything wrong to you, the Fuller.
The Fuller for everything.
Even the other ones, the Moroccos, all of them, they let them. They just watched the Algerians fight it out. They didn't get involved. They didn't get involved.
Everything.
Like
the Fuller is friends with all of them.
Yes, we are very friendly with them. We're very close to them, and we love them.
The Fuller has always wanted to be Arabs. The Fuller has always wanted to be Arabs. You go ask some of them who they are, they tell you that they are Arabs.
If that makes you feel better, go on. Just think like that, okay?
Man, stop acting like these people not destroying acting like your people not destroying the goddamn middle belt of the continent.
Middle belt of the continent. You're talking about Nigeria again.
Why they can't go to Tunisia go invade? Why they don't go invade Tunisia?
That's why did you go and talk about Jamaica and leave Africans alone? Because you don't understand. I do love Jamaica. I love Jamaica dearly. I love Jamaica dearly. Yeah, I love Jamaica.
That's why I know you're a
when people like you that do have.
Yeah, that's why I know you're a spy. You always come on here trying to redirect the conversation.
Understand when people like you that don't understand about nothing about Africa or Africans and come in
You like an
an
African
African topic
spy,
and
man.
talk about Africa.
All you want to do is
And
come
it's
around
so
here
sad
and direct the
it's cringy.
conversation.
It's squeamish. It's kind of cringe my
All
bones.
you do is nah,
Just
you
like what
don't
you're
want to
doing now.
talk about you don't want to talk about the wickedness that your goddamn tribe is doing, and that's why things is going on so messed up.
It's my tribe.
If Jamaicans are acting bad, I would talk about it. If a lot of Jamaicans are acting out of
They're tearing
control,
up everything. They desecrated New York City. What you talking about? They desecrated the UK. They desecrate Birmingham.
Yeah.
They desecrate all that. What you talking about?
And guess what? They kill black people for white people.
And they,
Man,
and they got their asses kicked trying to desecrate Texas.
They actually do.
Don't tell me to shut up. It's the truth.
Shut up,
The tribe man runs you.
promoter.
They have
your people is destroying the world with homosexuality.
The towel head.
Your people is destroying the world with homo shit. So stop talking. You're nasty up the world with your homo. You're nasty up the world with your homosexual shit. What's wrong with you? Shut up, man. Are you drunk?
Man, I'll beat you in a game of Ludo. I'll beat you in a game of Ludo right now. Don't make me take a Ludo board and smack you upside the head. I swear on God.
If you're not gonna stop,
I'll take a Ludo board and smack you across the
I'm not gonna stop.
You ain't rough there. You're not rough until you a sweet boy. You're a whole gal.
Your nation is being consumed by white people.
That's what they do.
Your nation in America is being consumed by homosexuals, so you have a bigger problem.
You are a homosexual. And you are a homosexual, bro. And you scared of yourself. You're scared of yourself.
Yeah, that's why they all like
you scared of yourself with your fishnet t-shirt. You're scared of yourself. You wanted the village children and the Champion's Tim Rooks.
You're not even black.
Most of them had crack in their dreads. And most of them had crack in their dreads.
Your voice sounds misery.
Go eat some mug cookies.
You come on here,
go eat some mug cookies.
It's like
go poison yourself with some
African CIA and I have an American CIA.
Yep.
You smell like saltfish and old cabbage. You smell like cabbage.
Only does they talk about Africa.
The two of you are two agents.
I can. You never been to Africa. You don't know
the whole Commonwealth, they only make money off the socialism right now. They're not getting a damn Yankee dollar.
Africa, yeah.
Yeah, the two of you always bombard the channel.
What I just said. Shut up.
To redirect the
I'll beat you in real life. I'll take your
both of you are. It's like, yeah, Fulani, You never been to Africa. You want me to buy a flight ticket?
Your baby mama out there right now in Jamaica selling her ass for some crep sneakers, for some school kids.
I hear agents. I hear agents.
Yeah. Your baby mama out there right now selling her ass for some crep sneakers.
Talking about the school kids.
You know that. You know that right now. Don't even play with me, bro. When's the last time you sent a barrel to your mama? Yeah.
Bless him.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, right? I hate to do this, but some Jamaican brothers like Icon, they come here like stop pussy, but they the one that the worst one.
I hear agents.
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what?
I didn't want to get like this. I want to talk about trailblazers in the world.
You know how you feel.
Agent alert.
You want to focus on your little your district
alert. Your wife chick. Your friend. I can.
King Charles don't love you.
Alert.
Agent alert. You worship Celine Dion.
This guy.
These motherfuckers worship Celine Dion.
We sacrifice
you worship Celine Dion.
We got an African spy and an American spy. We got an African spy and an American spy.
Yeah,
we got an spy.
Yeah, right.
Both of you relentlessly
Relentless
You
income
smell like
on the
rotten
channel.
Anywhere you
coconut
find
milk and
Jamaican
Both
people,
of
there's a lot
you,
of crime,
you
there's a lot
do
of
not
killing
have
and
jobs.
stabbing and
You
drug
smell
You
like
dealing.
don't
rotten
have jobs.
coconut milk and
None of
spoiled
both of you have
peas.
Man in
jobs.
the high castle,
Day
why
and
is it
night you
anywhere you
on the
see
channel.
Jamaica, there's a lot of crack, cocaine
Day
and killing
and
and
night you
stabbing?
on the
And they
channel.
only kill
Day
black
and
people,
night
why
you
is
on
that?
the channel.
Men in the high castle, why Jamaican always
Day and
kill
night
black
you
people
on the
and they sell
channel.
crack
They love crack cocaine.
they
The
do,
whole
they actually
posse.
smoke crack and heroin. And they like to kill black people for white people. That's what they do. And they always talk
Yes,
about
they do.
Pan-Africanism. They do
Oh,
that all the time. And they like
And
to,
then they want to blame it on
yeah, that's all they do. They
MI6.
kill.
Then they want to
So
blame it on
what is
Listen, I live in
MI6.
this
What is
city.
Kush?
In my city,
What is
when I was
Kush?
growing up here, when I was growing up in this city,
Al,
yeah,
what is
when I was
Kush?
growing up in this
Al, what
city,
is Kush?
Jamaican used to
Al,
kill
what
black
is
man for
Kush?
fun, for the white
Al,
man. You kill black people for
where
white
is
man in
Kush?
here. And you come in here and
Al,
talk about
where is Kush?
Pan-Africanism. Huh?
Al,
Kush
where is
come
the
from
Kush?
Jamaica.
Where's Kush?
In your dreadlocks.
Where
In
is
your
Kush?
dreadlocks right now. Smoke it. It's in your
Where is
dreadlocks.
Kush?
Smoke it. On
Where
your
is
dread.
Kush?
Smoke it. On your dread. Smoke
Where
Dance
is
it.
hall
Kush?
On your
culture,
dreadlocks.
dance hall
It's
culture
under the
leads
bridge
to a
in
lot of
Sierra Leone.
criminality, and you
Go
know
look
it.
under the bridge in Sierra Leone. You see Kush.
We
You
don't
have
have
Kush
push.
all
Push come
over
from
Sierra
Jamaica.
Leone,
Push is a yard man.
destroying the
Push
youth.
is a yard man
So
food.
your
Just
people
like
are the
crack
drug
and
addicts.
heroin. You see, you
Your
come from
people
that
are the
anywhere you
drug
see
addicts.
Jamaican. Oh yeah,
Liberia
Rastafari, but you go and killing black people for white man.
fucking
You sell out, man. You sell out.
Liberia and
You're bubble head, man. You're bubble head. Bubble, you know what bubble head is? You're bubble head, man. You're black crackhead boy.
you can't
Crackhead.
shame
You
me.
kill that man for cracker.
You can't shame
You
me.
kill
That's
that
not
man
no
for
shaming.
you kill that man
I'm
for
proud
fun
to be a I'm proud
come
to
up.
be a bubble. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of
Bubble
that.
that smoke crack. You're crackhead, bro. Come on, man. We know you smoke crack. I've seen you
No,
before I can. I've
no,
seen you on different
no,
show, bro. You're crackhead. That's why I don't like arguing with you.
Face them.
I see his
no.
face,
That's
and he's a crackhead.
propaganda.
I see this. Men in the
That's
high
what I
castle. If you
expect
see
from
this
a
guy,
spy. I expect that shit from a.
if you see
I
this guy, you
expect
would
that
talk
from
to
an
him, bro. He's a
agent.
crackhead, and he's coming there trying to argue with me.
Both of your behavior are agent behavior.
Camera.
You see, people like you, yeah, I would
Both
choose
of
the
you
white
are
man over you
have
every day,
agent
bro. You know
behavior.
how I would choose the white man over you? Because you're more
Camera.
dangerous to
Put
black
that.
man than the
Drop that
white man.
crack stem.
Bye,
You
bitches.
are more dangerous to the black man, and you sit there and say, black man, it's gone. Men in the high castle, right? Look at this guy coming here talking about Africa or the African problem. I live in a city. I don't want to be disrespectful to Jamaicans, right? But
Yes, sir.
the city I live, the Jamaicans used to be the majority in this city. It's the it's the best city in England. They had the city on lock. The houses were cheap. Employment was there. What they did, they came over here and killed off enough black brothers. And listen, I don't want to talk about Jamaican in general because I don't want to do that. I don't generalize, right? But some Jamaicans were killing Africans, the African students who come to this university to study. They were killing them. They were actually killing them. You're African boy. Don't come here. This man don't listen. He doesn't just hate Fulani. He hates Africans, but he pretending to be African, Pan-African. You see what I got respect for you? You stick to your ground in FBA. And this is what I'm saying. Delineation is good. Because a lot of these guys went to America and do the same thing. They kill a lot of black people in America. They pretend to be African Americans. They speak your language and your accent like a passport king. And then they think all African Americans are vagabond. But the reality is we know this is why they're being chased out of the UK. They give Africans bad name here until Africans have to distance themselves from these people to actually get a peace. The city I live today is the second most expensive city. As soon as they remove Jamaicans out of the city. Sad to say this, but they scream Rastafarianism, but they don't have black friends. They married white women and have mixed race kids, and they use those mixed race kids to come and attack the black man. And then Rastafari. This is sad, man.
Africa. I agree with you. Like I said, I don't know the people out there in Jamaica right now, but the ones who come that I've encountered, they have the same habits, same bad habits that you talk about. They desecrate the city.
Right.
They raise the property taxes, and it's time to go. And yes, they're the most anti-black, most anti-African group.
And guess what their motto is? When in the
And you
High
know what?
Castle?
And you know what?
All in
Sometimes they
one.
try to.
All in one.
Sometimes they try to play. They try to play like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe it's an age thing, but no.
Yeah.
They practice culture division more than anybody.
Any group of people.
Any group of people that I ever come across.
Yeah,
this is true.
They 100% do. They 100% do. And this is not Jamaican bashing thing. The funny thing is, he's attacking an African guy who's
and the ones that are cool, they have always tried to get away from it, and the people are still conning them. The people are still trying to con them to give them more money. Their mama is always pretending that she's sick. Someone, they're a bunch of scammers. It's true.
They're 100%, bro. The funny thing is, right? The funny thing is, the area where we grew up in this city, okay, they used to dominate the area. And if you go to their nightclubs as an African, if you're not careful, they will rob you, they will stab you, they'll beat you up. And guess what? They will bring white youths to come and do that to you, and they laugh at you. And then if you talk about anything, they're like, oh, we're all in one. That means, it's in fact, if you see some Jamaica, they'll tell you, my grandmother is Scottish. I got Indian. They'll say anything about them except being African. You understand? And the only thing that they don't like, and they say a monkey face. And the first people I ever had called me monkey face in Europe, not from the white man, they came from Jamaican. And I've been living in the UK for how many years? I never had a single problem with a white person. The only problem I ever had in the UK is from Jamaicans. Let's be honest.
What they like to do out here. They like to dip their blades in garlic juice. You know why?
And
so
no Jamaicans
they dip in on garlic juice for a long time. They soak the blade in garlic juice, and then they catch the person in the nightclub. They say that the blade, when it's soaked in garlic juice, no one can feel the stab wounds.
Yeah.
They love that
100%. And the British people, the white British who own this land, they say it to us that we don't mind other people coming here. We don't have problems, but we have problems with those Jamaicans because when we were growing up with them, what they did to the neighborhood, how they terrorize it, we have to change the laws. We have to change the laws. And because
I thought the Windward people, I thought they was all gone. I thought they sent them back.
The Windrush. No? The Windrush. They're still here. They're still here. But the thing is, in my area, what they was doing, they was attacking the Somali community and the African community. Okay? But today, they're all gone. Hardly, you can't find they're all gone. The only way they survive right now is by renting from the African community and the Somali community to survive in the city. Most of them are gone because they messed it up. I said they used to attack us. In fact, the white people used to help us against them. The white people used to stand up for us against them. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
Can you imagine? And the people are actually going about Pan-Africanism on the internet all the time, and Rastafari and this, and the amount of stuff that we got from them.
I always see a white girl as a Rastafari right now. I see more and more.
Yeah. Let's move on. But anyway, let me tell you. Let's go back.
Netherlands.
Let's go back to the topic anyway. Let's go back to the topic, okay?
Yes.
You see, in West Africa, you have two countries that you can call Pan-African countries. It's Sierra Leone and Liberia. Okay. So Sierra Leone was part of Guinea, Republic of Guinea. This guy is insulting just now. Okay, when the British wanted to bring your FBA's brothers back, okay, because the United Kingdom, okay, colonized America back in the days, okay. So they call them the loyalists, the black slaves who fought for the British to keep America under the crown, okay. When the British lost that war and America gained independence, the British brought these slaves back with them to the UK and Canada. Okay, some of them happen to be Maroons from Jamaica. Some of them happen to be African Americans. Some of them happen to be from Nova Scotia, where you call Canada today. The only part in the entire African continent that said, okay, yeah, we're happy to lose a slice of our piece of land and let these brothers come back and settle, even though it was a British project, it was the people of my region that he's coming here to insult. So Sierra Leone was carved away by a Temene king and gave it to the British. So they brought the slaves back. The area that called Freetown today. Okay. So Liberia was just a dumping ground for slaves from the US.
Yes.
Over the years,
have you ever heard of the Lord Dunmore Proclamation? At the time, it fits into what you spoke about the ones who signed the paperwork, the promissory notes with the British.
Yeah.
Hey, you could come to these other territories of ours if you fight.
Yeah.
This is true.
Thank
You're
you.
talking accurate stuff. Yes.
Yeah. So these are the Pan-African. These are okay because of those loyalist people. Because those loyalists, they were given home in London and Canada and different areas. But because some of them complain about racism and about the weather here and stuff like that, so the British said, okay, because you've been loyal to us, you help us fight this war, even though we lost the war, but let's find somewhere suitable for you guys. So they wanted to go back to Africa. So that's when that Sierra Leone was formed. Sierra Leone became a protectorate by the British. And then, because of that issue also, William Wilberforce of the United Kingdom, who was an Englishman, used that as a tool to lobby to the parliament to start stopping slavery. So he went and built a fort. Yeah, he went and so your FBA ancestors, this is your FBA ancestors' history here, bro. Okay, and some of the Maroons, they formed that Wilberforce base in the area called Wilberforce in Freetown today to stop slavery being transformed, being transferred to America, because the black Africans were still selling slaves even after the white man told them stop selling their own. So you take a white man and the black loyalists who I mentioned earlier to stop slavery in Africa. So tell me this, if these are not the first Pan-Africanists. People like Michael Garvey, they just preach, they haven't act. These are the people, and also when the Europeans came to West Africa, the people that fought against them and lost their life was Samori Toure, Alpha Yaya Jallow. Samori Toure is a Mandinka, Alpha Yaya Jallow is a Fula, Sengbe Pierre is a Mende, Bible is a Chimney. Okay, these are the people that fought and lost their life against the Europeans to secure their land. These are one of the reasons why West Africa is more black, is more sovereign than the other parts of Africa today, because this will put up a resistance and fight for sovereignty for their people. And then I have a crackhead from Jamaica that come in there insulting my people and about saying my people are conniving with the Arabs. The way you call Mali today, where this thing is happening, where this territory is, there's an area called Mopti region where the Fulani find their territory is. Okay, that line there, we managed to hold that line against the Tuareg for centuries. These guys are fighting. The 3 soldiers are fighting in the Sahel now. The president that just died in Nigeria, called Buhari, yeah, he fought that battle in Chad for years. He had PTSD when he was a military general. Idris Deby, the guy that's in Chad, the president in Chad right now, he will fight against these sandcrackers for years, and his dad passed away.
Can I ask you a question?
So he's coming here to insult. He's coming here to insult the people, my tribe, who actually been fighting these people longer than any other tribe in Africa. While the other tribes are all hiding in the forest.
What do you think? What do you think about this guy from Britain, from England? His last name is Traore. He's a sandcracker, and he just made it to the NFL. He's an Arab.
What's his name?
Sekou Traore.
No, it's Toure. Toure is a Mandinka. That's not Sandcracker. It's Mandinka.
He looked like one. He looked like one.
He's mixed race. He's a mixed race. He's a mixed race.
Let
me tell you one thing. Okay. Yeah, mixed race. Because the thing is like.
Okay. What do you think about this? Do you think a lot of more of y'all gonna be coming over to the NFL?
Well, in the UK, do you know why? We have some rugby players, because remember we play rugby.
I was just talking about that to someone not too long ago. They were telling me, yeah, if you got some rugby players, oh my lord,
you can do it. They're tougher than because they don't wear helmets. There's no helmets in rugby, bro.
All right.
There's no helmets in rugby, and if you bump into the head,
They
bro,
can't be.
bad already.
I have to say something.
Huh?
They can't be my FBA ancestor if they fled. That's a no-no. Even if it was in the past. Once they fled, they signed them paperworks. They fled. They can't be FBA.
Yeah, but you see, as I was saying earlier, the problem that we have in the Sahel now, you know, with these sand crackers, right? The Arabs that you see today.
Yes.
It's, to be honest, if the group of people that's been there, like my people are currently there, because some of the people I see join this group, it's not because they want to join it. These people in areas come to listen. I got so many information from that region, right? These sand crackers, what you call Tuaregs, okay? They will come. These Tuaregs are not foreigners. They're African. They're natives from the north. They've been kicked out of their own home in the North African region by the Arabs. So they've been pushed down. So basically, what happened with these people, right? When the during the, what they call partition, okay, happening in Africa, okay, the European asked the Tuareg, they asked them, where do you want to belong? Do you want to belong to the Arabs or you want to belong to the blacks? Okay. Then the Tuareg, they said, no, we want to belong to the blacks because we don't like how the Arabs are treating us. Because remember, the Arab people invaded North Africa and brought Islam. So they pushed these people further down. Okay? So they are victims from the Arabs, just like we are victims from them and the Arabs. Okay? So what happened is they decided to join the Africans. Then their own brothers in the north say, "Oh, okay, you want to be with the black brothers? That's fine because you're dark skinned anyway." And that's exactly how they treat them. So they went and joined these people in that line that you call the Sahel today. Okay, and they start mixing with our people. That's why you see some Fula people have light skin color, some Fula people have dark skin color. It's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason because we mix, you know, with Moors back if you go back to the days of Spain. So there's different admixture in some people in the Sahel. People in the Sahel are mixed with different ancestral. They have different DNA. That's why they're not Bantu. People in West Africa are not Bantu. For example, they're far from Bantu. Bantu people are mainly from where you call Cameroon and south of the southeast of Africa. But the reality is, you have, those people now, these Tuaregs. Sorry?
There are new people, basically.
Who, the people in West Africa? No, the people in West Africa are the oldest in West Africa. The Mandi people and the Fula are the oldest people you find in West Africa. The Bantu they're not in West Africa. The Bantu are from the central belt to where Cameroon is going further south. They don't belong to that region. They're not Niger Congo people. Yeah. People think Bantu are actually the original people of that area. They're not. They actually not at all. They belong to Cameroon and further down, like what you call Zimbabwe, and they expand. If you look at the map, how they expand, it will show you. But the reality is, these Tuaregs, let's go back to them because that's what we're talking about today, before someone change the topic. These Tuaregs have issue with Africans, the dark skin, because they realize these Africans, also don't want them. And they've been, what I mean? So the reality is we have problem.
Hit the like button, everybody. I may continue about 5 more minutes. Hit the like buttons right now.
Increase the like. So the Tuaregs, they have this issue now, and this Tuareg before Islam, they were animists also. They wasn't Muslims. They were animists. They was forced to be Muslims. And the Moroccans that you see today, these are remnants of the Almoravid dynasty. When the conquest of Spain, when Alfonso the Great took over Spain, he took the entire Spain. That's when he said, if you don't have a slice of bacon, in fact, Spain had what they call bacon police. That means everybody in Spain, from the Tuareg to black African, dark skin, you have to have a slice of bacon at the front door of your house to show you're not Muslim. That means you want to make sure you expel Islam out of Spain. So most of these people that you see in Morocco today, and Mauritania, it's our ancestors give them home. So now, where you call north of Senegal to where you call Masina in Mali, that's our ancestral home, is our territory. Senegal is a new name, okay? That it never existed. Senegal is to be called Toro. Okay, that's our home, ancestral home. Genetically, linguistically, that's where we come from. Our brothers or sister tribe, we call the Sere, are there. Okay, so basically, what happened is we the people from that region have the Tuaregs that come and add on top of that layer. So when this layer is added now, so now we have the so-called Tuaregs that live above us to that belt from where you call Mauritania now. Then you have northern Mali, and then you go Niger Republic, and all the way to Chad. So you can see how these things um, basically came to play. But the thing is the same Arab people who conquered the Tuaregs' land are still forcing they're still forcing the Tuaregs to come further down. And you can see the play of Algeria. Algeria is helping them to actually advance their goal. But at the same time, we know color play into it, mineral resources play into it. Um, at the same time, geopolitics play into it.
All right, I'm back.
So that's
I'm
yeah,
back.
yeah.
African goddess,
Yeah.
thank you
So
so much, Aldenira. Go ahead, Africa. Then I'll let Bang speak. Go ahead, Africa.
yeah, yeah. So that's the play that's going on in the Sahel, and also we have the French who came into play, and obviously the colonial masters like the French, the who colonized most of the Sahel today come into play, and this is the reality. And obviously, people in the Sahel wanted sovereignty by choosing their own partner they wish. They don't want their destiny to be held by a foreigner anymore. They want their own independence. So we've got to give them that respect. Let them choose their own future and their own destiny. But me personally, as I always said, they shouldn't box themselves in one corner. They shouldn't, because you see what happened now, with the issue in Mali, because they're trying to and they was trying to overthrow him. The guy in Mali was trying to be kicked out. Okay, and they should actually work with other partners who are good at fighting. These people in the ground who have proven track record to do it. I'll pass the mic for now, Dennis. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Bang.
Yeah, Dennis, man, how you doing? Africa, man, how you doing, man?
Yeah, greetings,
You
man.
and that
Yeah.
you and that Jamaican guy, man, always bump heads, man. That
Nah,
Ike, man,
yeah, but it's
big time,
sometimes when
man.
in a place like this, you're gonna get all kind of characters, bro.
Yeah. But anyway, that's a good question, Dennis, man. With France and Algeria, the other third party I'll mention that's playing heavy hand in this is Ukraine. Ukraine are playing heavy hand in this as well. Remember doing Joe Biden when he was in power, right? Ukrainian, they attack a city in Russia, right, and capture a small city in Russia, right, and then you had the you had the people at that time, on social media, happy and joyful, and then Ukraine was all over the news back. They're going to use that as a leverage against Russia, right? So instead of them focus on protecting their line, they took a great amount of their soldiers, arms as well, just to capture this piece of land in Russia that wasn't going to help them at all, right? So eventually Russia surround them and then take back that place, and then also Russia moves farther, much closer to Ukraine land. So the thing is this, right? This is what I'm thinking about what's going on in Mali. um, since the two groups, right? so-called, because they are terrorists. Well, man, what am I saying? So-called terrorists. The two terrorists, right? When they formed together, and then they swamp against the government in every direction, right? But the great thing was the Malian government did survive, and right now as we speak, they moving slowly and slowly, right? Kadal is still under the T groups. So in my view, I think this was going to happen now, because now the T groups have stretched themselves so much that now they wanted to overthrow the government, right? They came about, good enough, but they didn't succeed. But that tells you a lot about how the government in Mali, they so what do you call it, so much loyal to the president himself. They fall back. So in my view, I think this this might be the same thing in Ukraine about 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago, when they did that move, when it was the wrong move. Instead of them actually, stay stronger in that line, but instead they wanted to attack over there. So now I think it gives the Malian government a massive right to just be 10 times more aggressive. Because before it was the West saying, "Oh, look what you're doing to, blah blah," and stuff like that, right? So now it just gives them now much more, advantage to be 10 times more aggressive as well. But overall, Algeria, because Algeria is doing this under their own interest too. I think because I believe there's a tremendous amount of oil in that part of that country. There's a tremendous amount of oil, and then also there was supposed to be a pipeline that was supposed to went through from Nigeria to Niger, and then Algeria, and then go up straight to to Europe. Since now, when you have these three coups now that took place, and then for Russia, that's an interest for them as well, because Russia used energy to leverage a lot of things in the world. That's how you're supposed to be. So if you allow a pipe to go through all these countries, who gonna suffer a little bit? It's gonna be Russia as well. But the problem with the West now, they don't want to help develop these countries that they control, especially France. You understand me, right? Because that's the whole West. Because when you say France, you're not talking about just one of these Europeans. You're talking about a whole bunch of them, because France is under the European, nation. So in my view, that's where the problem comes from as well. So Russia has an interest as well, and also Algeria has an interest as well. And since Algeria is an Arab nation, I don't care what nobody says, an Arab will always go against Black Africans. I do not care. I do not care how much you pray. I do not care how much you do things for them. An Arab will always pick you over his own people. And most likely, if a white man comes and says this, an Arab will most likely pick the white man. Because if
They're
I say this
cousins.
before,
They're cousins. Remember,
yeah,
they are
yeah,
the
yeah,
same
I say
people,
this
man.
before,
They're no different
yeah,
between
I
the
say this,
Arab and the white man. I don't know why
you
people
know,
think they're different. They are
yeah,
the
I
same
said this
people.
before. I said this before about 8 months ago in Carla's show, because Carla did not understand what I was trying to say. I said eventually the Black Africans will take over North Africa. It might not happen in our lifetime. It's gonna happen. Why? Look at what's going on in Gaza, right? No matter what side you at, these Arabs, these so-called Arab nations, right? They don't care about these people. It's not about they don't care about them. It's the way the white man has them under control, so much that they could cleanse their own people, and then they won't even care. They won't even care. They be quiet and say, "Yes, master. Yes, master." Because if the white man could do that to them, North Africa is right there. So let's just say about 60 or 100 years from now, when we do get our heads back, to me, it could be achieved. Not every single one of those countries, but some of it. Mediterranean could definitely be taken by us, because I think most of the people there are Africans. So and everybody know
We
France.
need to start with
France,
Mauritania. Mauritania
everybody
need to
understand.
go.
France need these countries to be under them. It is a must, absolutely a must. Because at the end of the day, if you understand how France developed their nation, how France control everything, It is a must that these countries must go back to France. And then the European Union would do anything to make sure, because you know why? France is like number 2 within the European Union once it comes to economy, next to Germany. So you understand me, right? So the European Union, it is essential for them to make sure France is a big dog. So they're gonna do as much as anything to make sure these countries does not succeed. And and I hope Africans can really understand what's going on. A lot of Africans don't understand what's really going on. They might be biased or they don't know. Some Africans benefit off the same system that's going on right now, which that's just the way it is, because sometimes wherever you have poverty, you have people that gain. It's just like a war. Whatever there's a war, you got people that make money. You got people that don't make money at all. You got people that lose life as well. So I mentioned this couple months ago to somebody else. I said Africa is in war. West Africa is in war. This is our war right here. If people don't understand this war, that's really what's going on. Because if you're gonna complain about Africa needs to be developed, we can't still continue on the same track. Because you look at it, African politicians are very criminal. I mean, these men and these women, they know they could at least develop the country in a way respectful, but they don't. They don't do nothing. I mean, it's like, wow, poverty. Oh, let me go to Europe. Oh, let me go to America. How? When our population is grown, within the next 50 years, we're gonna be 2 billion. Where are you gonna have 2 billion at? We might just kill ourselves every day if we're gonna have 2 billions. Because imagine if you increase the population by another 600 million people. No job, no this and that, no electricity, no this and that, no this and that. I mean, it's gonna be a civil war. So to me, these men and these women are doing the right thing. Even though they took an L, but at least the L did not remove Assimi Goïta in power. So they slowly coming back together. And I said, Sadio Kamara, he did an excellent job, because the way you look at how Mali military used to be, right, 10 years ago, it's not even the same no more. It's not even the same no more. Look at my country military, Sierra Leone. It's a joke. If you look at Mali military and my country military, it's a joke. But we have so-called elections every 5 years, right? You know, so yeah, so to me, his job was done well, and you could tell because Mali did sustain this attack that they had, because this attack was well formed, and then they had a bunch of technology in it as well. Ukraine is playing a massive role in this. And mind you, Ukraine are Nazis. If I'm not remembering, 80% of the soldiers that you see that are so-called Ukrainians are Nazis. 80%. Y'all remember with the former president in Canada, right? In the parliament. Y'all remember? You know, Africans that that come up here that wishes the AES collapse. Look what Ukraine is doing. Go to Ukraine and look at the history of their soldiers. People don't really do their homework. I mean, you praising Nazis. You know, some of the people that come up here and say all type of things about the AES, because look, and these people have never done nothing for their own countries. They live in the Western world. They comfortable. I mean, look at what Imam Traore, a guy that's in 37 or 38. Look what he's doing. Assimi Goïta, look what he's doing. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes back to resource. I want your resource. Give it to me under my own condition. Let's be honest. That's how the West operates. America is an empire. We live in it. But people come up here and try to twist it as if that's not how America operates. I mean, that's why capitalism wins. Because capitalism goes around and takes shit. If you remove that, you remove the dollar power system, capitalism is not gonna thrive in this world, man. Let's be honest. It's thriving in this world because of what? The dollar is tied to the energy. and trade as well. So that gives them 100 times more spending power. If you got 20 times more money than somebody else every week, every day, every month, every year, of course it's gonna look like your system is better. But remove that and tell me what's gonna be better then. This is what people understand. But at the end of the day, the AES are gonna come back stronger. I think because today, somebody go to finally showed up, they had a picture of him, and also they're gonna respond because there's a war going on. If you that was Donald Trump representative that says if you have what you call it, a resource, right? If you cannot protect it, don't get mad when somebody has come and take it. This guy is currently in the government, Donald Trump. That's what he said out of his mouth. Don't get mad if we come and take it. He clearly says, if you got something great, if you can't protect it, don't get mad when we come and take it. So that's just what's going on to me. Algeria, I'm not shocked at all. I am not shocked at all. But please, let's not forget about Ukraine. And not mention this before with Ghana. Ghana defense minister. He flew all the way to Ukraine to sign what? A defense package. These are the so-called Pan-African countries. Ukraine is linked to this, 100%. 100% is linked to this. So, at the end of the day, our freedom come back to us. But some people don't want to be free. Some people just want to be attached to so-called the white people, and then after that, scream racist. To me, that makes no goddamn sense. If you love to attach yourself with something, don't get mad when that something bites you. Then, that's like you seeing an alligator just walking toward them. Hey, touch it. What do you think gonna happen to you? It's gonna bite your hand off. It's the same thing. Create your own. This is what I keep saying. Create our own. Our population is growing. The market is there. But people don't want to, create their own from scratch. They just want to attach themselves to, Westerners. You already know what happens when you attach yourself to Westerners, man. You already know. And the so-called Ghanaian governments, right? Look at cocoa. Instead of them building factories so then they can produce their own cocoa, they want to sign a defense package with Ukraine, a country that's a Nazi. Look at their badges when they fight. You understand me, right? A country that's losing about 35% of the territory now as we speak. Donbass is going to be gone eventually. That means Odessa is going to be gone as well.
But you already Rasta man, they call me country, Kush country. The man not get shame.
Man, don't even worry about that guy, man. That guy is lost, man.
The man a bastard, picking.
Some of those guys, man, they don't even know how Africa works, man. They don't at all. They just come up here and just talk. But sometimes you can't blame them because you know why? Some of these people that come from Nigeria, they're good. Man, they're really good at propaganda on TV, on YouTube.
Yeah, he's married to a propagandist.
So they brainwash these people so well.
Yeah.
I mean, even me, I never knew that was a fula in Nigeria. I never knew that.
No, I didn't.
Hey guys, hold on, Kadoy, you ready to speak, Kadoy, and after that, to Niger.
You're far away from your mic,
hey,
bro.
Kadoy, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you far away from your mic, man. Man, he probably eating some good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you a bit better. Yeah, it's a bit better. Yeah, go on.
All right. So here is a critical question I want to ask. I've asked this question before on some panels. Some people see it differently, but here is it. If Africa is a colonial name that was given to us, and we say Pan-Africanism, which is for the colonial name, like you are trying to say for the colonial place. That is my understanding of it. Pan-Africanism for the colonial place. So is that really right for us to fight? I know we should fight to be united, but to fight to be united under a colonial umbrella or colonial land? Is that what we should fight for? Because every time I hear the word Pan-Africanism, that's what comes to my mind. Pan-Africanism for the colonial land that was created by the Europeans. So should we fight for the colonial land that was created by the Europeans? Because number one, we are not Africans technically. Yes, technically we're not Africans. In the past, before Europeans could come to, let me just end my statement. Before Europeans could come to Africa, like in the 15th century, 14th century, to like before they could come for for trade and to take some Africans from here and take them to the Western world and other things, before they could name this place, our people had names for themselves. Their name were Igbo, Yoruba, Fula, like Man tribe, the Man people, the Dan people, the Timni. So they were not Africans. So I think for a group of whenever a group of people want to unite and fight for a cause, they should know what they are uniting for, and they should unite for a major, honor a major for a major cause with one identity that is with an identity that with their own identity.
Man, sorry to cut
No,
you
let
off,
you finish, man.
Let me finish. They should unite with a cause and with their true identity. That is what they should unite with a cause and with their true identity. The African identity is not our true identity. So when we say Pan-Africanism, is like you are trying to say for the colonial land.
Yeah.
Man,
Good points.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Africa. Man, what's everything you just said? What's that got to do with the title? That you know what I'm saying, like the discussion.
No, but he's right. It doesn't matter.
Bang, I'm coming. Bang.
No, come on, man.
Bang. Wait, calm down now, Bang. We are having conversation.
Address the topic, man.
I came here today on the show and I addressed the topic today, Bang. I addressed
he did talk about it earlier. I think he responded to what Ican was trying to speak.
Yes.
I understand.
So the reason why you see I'm talking about this now is because when you guys were talking just now, you mentioned the word Pan-Africanism, and throughout this show, people have been saying Pan-Africanism. This is just a hint of a wise I'm bringing. This is just a hint of a wise. I'm not trying to come up to change the topic. I came here today and I talk about the topic.
I agree. Let me you come for the Mano tribe, right? Wait, bang. Before I pass the mic, let me make this quick, right? You come from the Mano tribe, right? You from the Mano people, the Fula, the Mandenka, the Manding people, okay? You see, like what you call Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia, yeah. Today, it used to be one kingdom called the Koya Kingdom. Okay,
the what?
It's what the Koya Kingdom.
Koya Kingdom.
Koya Kingdom. Used to be
the Koya. Because I want to research it and learn about it. What is it? How you spell Koya?
Coyah. Koya Kingdom. Research and learn about it and come back. All right. So your people, your ancestors and my ancestors, and the Manding and the people in Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia, and Ivory Coast, they used to be under this kingdom before the European, split these lands. And the Mano River, revitalization of the Mano River Union, you belong to the tribe who actually populated that area, the Mano River. Okay, and they were spring between the borders. So you are right. When you say Africans and who are Africans, and these are the people who can actually claim to be native West African around that group, like the Limba, the Fula, the Manos, the Mande. Because the Mande come under different groups. The Mandinka, the Mende, the Shabro, the Soninke, and they come under this group, right? So basically, the Koya Kingdom is what we used to be. We used to be Koya. We used to live under one king before the Europeans, and before that, we had different kingdoms. So West Africa has always been kingdoms. It's never been countries. And these so-called Pan-Africans, I don't understand where these people are coming from in the concept. In fact, when you ask them to explain what you mean by Pan-Africanism, they can't really explain it. It's always kumbaya talk. The behavior doesn't even sound Pan-African.
That is not what Pan-African is, man. What are you talking about? That is not Pan-African is.
No. Well,
That is not
okay.
what Pan-African is.
All right,
You're
then, all
smarter
right,
than
then, what is
you
Pan
know.
African? What
You
Pan African
man,
is?
you know what a Pan-African is, man. Simple. Come on now. If
I understand the advance of
if
the
you yeah,
African,
you
the
smart enough, you
sub-Sahara
No, no,
group.
no,
understand.
no.
Okay.
It's not about
You
I
smart
know.
enough to
There are
understand
different
what
school
people
of thought
say.
in this Pan
What people
Africanism.
say
You
Pan-African
ask
is, man. You smart enough to
if
understand
you ask, I come
what they
if
mean.
you ask if you
Somebody,
have asked
if some crazy guy that says such a thing, you know exactly they're wrong. That's not what Pan-African is. You understand it, right?
every
Okay.
Pan Africanism have different school of thought. Are you aware of that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, the only okay the bang the concept of
No,
what we call
no, no,
Pan
no. Listen,
Africanism
listen, listen,
today,
listen, listen,
yeah, to
listen,
what
listen,
used to
listen,
be what
listen.
used to be
It's funny how
Africanism back in the days are
it's
not the
funny.
same. That's what we're trying to say,
It's
bang.
no, no, no. It's funny how every time we trying to bring up some serious discussion, right? People want to bring up 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years.
No, but
Man,
you
you guys
gotta
are not alive during that time.
fix up the you gotta fix up your foundation before
It's
building a
whole
house.
different time. You not
It's not wrong
alive.
to go to the past. You are fixing the
No,
foundation.
no, no. Listen, listen. You are like Bear Man.
I
You are
am
like Bear
saying
Man, right? Okay.
region
Hold on,
first.
hold on, hold
Our
on,
region
hold on,
come
hold on,
first.
hold
You know,
on,
like from
hold on,
Mali,
hold on, hold
Burkina
on,
Faso,
hold on.
Sierra
I'm a
Leone, Niger,
Liberian
all these
native. Yes,
areas.
Hold
I'm a
on.
Liberian native.
You
Our region should come first before anything
are
else.
like Bear
That's my
Man, right?
point, okay? It's not to do with tribe or religion. Just our region. Our people of the region of West Africa should always come first. Like what's going on in Mali, for example, in Burkina Faso, this in Niger, in Nigeria. This is a region. These problems and the people around there, because now we are more in a global community
No,
and
it
much more
became a
larger
region.
concept, should
No,
come
no, hold on.
first. Should come first.
Africa, Africa,
You
Africa,
know,
Africa,
regardless.
Africa.
Okay,
It
that's my
became
point. Okay.
no. Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Like right now, let me give you a perfect example, right? From Sierra Leone. Okay. As the people came to power, right? The Mende came to power, right? Before the Mende, it was actually
SLPP
they
is
had the
not just
power, right?
Mende. Stop talking that
No,
talk,
no, no,
bro.
no, no,
SLPP is
no,
mixed.
no, no, no. Hold on. But the people that control it are majority Mende. Let's just say this, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not use the tribe. But the reason why
Okay.
I say the
Thank you.
tribe, I
Yeah.
say that for a specific reason, right? Okay. Doing our independent, right? They used to have events called um I forgot. They used to bring out like colorful things and all that, right? You know, events and stuff like that, right? They used to bring out the masquerade and stuff like that on the eastern side, go
Mm,
all the way up and down, right? And stuff like that, right?
mm.
So as soon as as the people came to power, they completely stopped that. Why? Because that event was connected to APC. You understand me, right? Up to this day.
Bang. Do you know? Do
Hold
you
on,
know?
hold
Do you
on,
know SLP?
hold on,
What
hold
you
on,
call
hold on.
SLPP today? Yeah,
Hey,
it
guys,
belongs.
let me pass the
Mm,
mic to you, Nigel, because
yeah.
he's
Thank
been
you.
waiting.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Greetings, diners. Thank you for having me. Greetings, all the panelists. Greetings, the chat and the viewers.
Yeah.
About the attacks in Mali, I think Africa has not had a very good 2 weeks or so, if I'm not mistaken. And all we've seen is people try to tear each other down on the continent. And even when Mali was attacked, the AES, as it's meant to be, is one thing to say you're backing somebody, but one needs to be seen. Not one needs to see the backing in action, and that wasn't the case with what happened recently. And there is also, I think they are supposed to have 15,000, response forces. Where are those 15,000? Where were they when all this attack was going on? And there is also the idea that Mali went and got involved with the Sahel politics of recognizing the sovereignty of Morocco over Western Sahara, which may have also encouraged or nudged Algeria to supporting some of the bandits or whatever insurgency that is coming after the Mali government at the moment. So, and if you want to do certain things, you have to be prepared for it. I don't understand why some of these are people, when they go and do something, they seem to be half ready all the time. I don't get it. You are supposed to know before you go to that capital of Morocco to go and recognize what you're going to recognize. There could be blowback from it, or you should be more prepared for what the Americans are going to do, and or what any foreigner is going to do against you. After all, this has happened with Syria. We know These terrorists and insurgencies, sometimes they can come together and uproot a government. Thank goodness they didn't succeed this time. But the fact that they were caught napping is they are taking it for granted. They think this is going to go easy. These people, they never forget, they never forgive. It's about timing. They always try to get stronger and hit you later on. And maybe this would, I don't know whether they will learn their lesson because our leaders have a knack for going to sleep. And if they claim to have that their response force, this is when it should have shown. Because you see, say whatever you like about the West, whenever you attack their ally, they tend to show up. If they need to show up, you will see them. Even if in defensive mood, they will show up. Why is it that the others don't? I have to say, I have to give it to the Russians. To an extent, they did try to stay, and the Malian forces did fight back, not like the Venezuelans that just let everything go slide. The Malian forces did fight back, but one needs to see more of the AES, because if AES had established themselves here and say, let's say the attack started an hour, within 6 hours, you see AES soldiers show up there. That would be a sign. For the first time, maybe, that African countries work together to defend themselves. Because what is going on in that Kandal area is the Tuaregs, and probably being encouraged by Moroccans, taking more territory from Black Africans. This is the name of the game, and they are already doing it in Sudan. They are all flowing further south, and we don't even perceive the threat for what it truly represents. We see it as, it's just one squabble over a town. No, it's not a squabble over a town. I gather that the French wanted to even break Mali in two once. That was partly the reason why this Goita came to power, because he feared that the French were trying to create two states out of Mali. The northern part with the Tuaregs and the southern part with the rest of the Malian population, which are generally considered black. You see what I mean? So North Africa is already being taken into the Middle East. Now they want to start taking slices off the remaining part of Africa, keep coming further south and south. And all those people that think all those black people that think they are fighting for jihadists, sooner or later they're going to find that they will be fighting for their own lives too. And I really hope that what I saw wasn't true. That Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, they are working in lockstep, and their alliances is as strong as they claim on paper. Because if it's not, their time will be at an end very, very soon. Because they will fall very, very easily. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Let me say this. Men are too Niger, right? You conflicting your messages. I don't want to say the reason why you doing that, right? Okay. If you had a well-planned attack like that, with a technology that was provided by the West, over 10,000 people, right? And then you still sustained that. You still kept the government, and then you still pushed back. How can you say that's a failure? That's a weakness. This attack wasn't because of the AES agreed with Morocco, right? No, this attack has been planned. This has been planned for weeks and months. So stop starting.
They took a territory from them. They took a territory from them.
No. Okay. They so-called got hold of Kadal, right? Kadal was under these T groups for how many years? 9 years, right? What happened then? Then the Malian government took back away from it, so they can hold it for like a couple of days.
No, they're taking it back again. That's my point.
No. It's Kadal. I understand that what you're saying though, but did the government fail? Did the government collapse? Did they get a
No, I did say the government did not collapse.
Hold on. So which means now the agenda, the plan was to assassinate the president. They failed. And then the military fought back and pushed them back.
They failed.
No.
But they were close. They took out the defense minister. They were too close.
Hold on. No. This is over 10,000. 10,000 men. 10,000 men with technology as well that was provided by the West.
They were too close. They took out a defense minister with a truck bomb. Where do they not have bunkers?
They were too close or not, but did they achieve the goal?
Do they not have bunkers?
Did they achieve the goal? You link it up to Morocco.
I agree that they did not achieve the goal. I told you they did not. So stop making a point that has already been made. We already know they didn't achieve the goals.
Did they achieve the plan?
Too close.
No. That's the whole point. That's why I said this plan was put together very well. You could tell.
But it's not. It's not. See, hold on. It's not a new type of plan. That's what you should understand. It's not a new type.
What do you mean?
It's an old design. That's exactly what they did to Syria. How is that even new? They should be aware of this by now.
Hold on. What you're saying is militaries, right? Or soldiers, or T groups, right? You telling me they don't copy from other people?
They copy from other. That's my point.
Okay,
then you should they should have been prepared for it. That's my point. They should have been prepared for it.
Prepared for it. If they fell, then you can.
You are defending the indefensible. There is the Malian regime. Hold on, hold on. Let me just say this. The Malian regime went from their country to Morocco to go and recognize something that they know full well is a blood feud between the Moroccans and the Algerians. And you don't think there will be problems in that Kandal area where the Tuareg have influence over them?
Stop trying to attach it to that. That plan was already being planned before that. Algeria
I know that.
Working with the West. What are you trying to say? Stop it, man.
No, I know that. My point is that.
Listen. Okay. The whole thing is this, right? The West need this country back to them.
Of course.
You a Nigerian. Your soldiers flee the opposite way. Your soldiers flee the opposite way. Did you see Mali?
No, it doesn't.
Mali military fleeing the opposite way. Exactly.
But they're trying. Everybody's trying, man. All West Africa is trying. It's not easy fighting terrorism, bro. Fighting terrorism is not easy.
Let me handle him. So hold on. Let me say this before you start comparing both of us. Hold on. Let me say this before you start comparing both of us. The terrorists in Nigeria don't hold any city. They don't hold any town. It's only outskirts and villages. So don't compare both.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, my Mano brother, I meant the Mali Empire. Okay, the Mali Empire I was talking about. Yeah, go on.
One second. Let me deal with this guy right here, right? Because
and the Mano people are also part of the Manding people.
He's one of the Nigerians that hide behind his religion, but he doesn't want to really say it. He's one of the Nigerians. He's real good at it. Okay, now you want to compare the Nigerian government, the Nigerian military.
No, but bang. It's not easy fighting.
That brought Nigeria in. I didn't bring Nigeria in. You did.
Because you said they fell. You said the military collapsed completely. I told you.
I didn't say they collapsed completely. What is this guy talking about?
No.
I didn't say they collapsed completely. I said they should have been seen to be working together. That's what I said. What is wrong with this guy? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, it's. But bang, we understand the situation in Sahel is unique. It's unique because the way it's unique. I understand that. Okay, but you got to understand every situation when it comes to fighting terrorism is unique. Okay, and they're doing their best. And these guys are fighting against. They're fighting against really hardly any support in the Sahel. That's what makes it harder for them. But Tunisia is right. These terrorists, they haven't managed to capture any, city or states in Nigeria. So,
hold on. Do not compare these people versus the Nigerians. They're not the same.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. The guys in the Sahel are brave soldiers and they're unique. And they are fighting all enemies from all fronts, which is very difficult to, and it's very difficult terrain also. And they're fighting. Don't forget, they're fighting a terrorist group that even NATO couldn't defeat. Even NATO was there for 10 years, they couldn't defeat these guys. That's how hard it is to fight these people.
No. It's because of.
I understand. We understand that. Don't make these arguments, pointless. Bro. You both making a good point. So let's just pass the mic. Let's leave it.
Great point. He's not making a great point at all. Not a good point at all. He's not at all. He's not at all. Because I knew exactly where he started it. Look how he started it. If you're
that's my downfall. Your cousin let you know. Just like
it's on paper.
Just like the fight.
Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
But Tunaja, I like the way you tell that woman on Dr. Damage's show, man. She's a sellout, bro. That woman needs to be checked, man.
Yeah, that happens.
She needs to be checked.
I get you out of.
She need to, yeah.
Yeah,
you know the woman I'm talking about.
Precious, isn't it?
She's dangerous, bro. She's dangerous. I don't like her. She's dangerous. You need to be checked.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not gonna like her because she likes to call her Fulanis and all those northerners. I'm sure.
No, it's
Yo,
not. Okay, let me tell you one thing,
I
right?
like to be
No,
critical all the time.
no, but let me tell you why I don't like her. Okay, if she don't take criticism, if you criticize one little thing she said, and she'll shout over you, and she'll go mad. If you agree to her, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, 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 yeah." You know what? I like the fact she's a woman. She's doing the job. Yeah, I admire that about her. Okay, and it's not easy being a woman in this industry, right? And I admire that her for that big time. But what I noticed, like when she had David on her show, the way she took side, and that's not fair. You don't do that. Like the way you see Dynasty got his platform here, he don't take side. You give his opinions now and again, and you just let everyone speak. He doesn't take side, but she takes side, and that's not good. You know, I don't like that. You know, if that
Where's
shows
she
you
from?
that she's kind of she's
Where's she from?
Nigerian. She's
Nigeria from
Nigerian
where?
woman.
Nigeria from
Yo,
where?
let me come in
I
on
don't
this,
know.
huh?
She's it's probably Igbo. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. Go on.
Ah, those people. Some of those
Yeah,
people.
so what I have to say, yeah, in regards to this, I mean, most people don't realize how sophisticated these terrorists are, you know, and
They had
I can
drones.
guarantee they're getting training. They get training
They
behind
had
closed doors.
fiber. They had fiber.
Yeah, yeah,
Whatever it is,
they've got
fiber
all
drones
this.
and stuff like that with
Yeah,
Starlink. They had
exactly.
what you call it?
So hold up,
satellites
hold up,
even
hold
this
up, hold
world.
up, hold up.
But let him
So
finish.
they got all
Nigerian
this
government.
technology. They got all this
Nigerian sending us money
technology.
the opposite way.
Where they're getting the
Yeah,
technology
but let the
from?
man speak, brother. Please make the man talk, man. Please.
Yeah, man. Where they're getting the technology from? You know what I'm saying? So they seem to be
Yeah.
really sophisticated on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? And being on the battlefield is not something which you can just just wake up and be like a farmer and say, yeah, I'm gonna go on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? You need some type of work. You need some type of training. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, definitely, you know, the Western countries are behind it. Not just France, you know. There's others behind it as well, giving support in the background. You know what I'm saying? So
100%.
at the moment, you gotta check France because they're bleeding. Without all these resources from the Sahel, they're bleeding. You know what I'm saying? They're really suffering. You know what I'm saying? So it's like right at this moment, it's like desperate mode. Like they are really desperate. You know what I'm saying? So they're doing everything, funding. You know what I'm saying? Funding these terrorists and everything else, so they can get a breakthrough. You know what I'm saying? Because I guarantee you, within the next say 3 or 5 years, you're gonna hear France has like completely collapsed or there's something major has happened in France. You know what I'm saying? So right at the moment it's really critical. And I absolutely think, yes, there is some, forces behind these terrorists and supporting them and everything else. The one thing as well, I want to come back to the discussion that you were talking about in terms of Pan-Africanism. And most people, no. Most people are saying, Pan-Africanism is like something which is just come up in the forefront, and basically prior to the colonial masters coming onto the continent, there was no such thing as Pan-Africanism, which is wrong. Pan-Africanism has always been on the continent, because Pan-Africanism is like, how can I put it? It's like bartering. Like the old system, the African old system, used to be kind of based on Pan-Africanism anyway. Love my neighbor. I will love myself.
Communalism, I think something like that.
Love my neighbor. Love my neighbor as I will love myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like bartering. That ideology of Pan-Africanism, that's where it comes from. Like, love my neighbor as I'll love myself. Bartering, because Africa, we had a bartering system. There was obviously kingdoms and everything else, but we had like a common love. Prior to all this tribalism, hyping tribalism wars, there was always this love
you know, this community spirit where we barter, like, you know, in terms of trade. Yeah, like say for example, one kingdom wouldn't have rice, the other wouldn't have maybe say
Zamani, they call it
sugar.
Zamani system. Zamani system.
Yeah. So that
Zamani,
that system's always been there. That bartering system, that kind of Pan-African ideology, it's always been there. It may have not been called Pan-Africanism, but it's always been there. You know what I'm saying? In some type of different form, you know? So I mean, you know, that the ideology of Pan-Africanism just coming about right now, that's not true. It's always been there.
Can I say something to that, please?
Yeah, comment.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for your point that you just gave. You know, you made some good points. You know, like I learned from. But I want to say, yes, but I want to
Good
say
points,
something, right?
Liberian. He said Liberian. Good points. Yeah, very good points.
Yes. All right.
It's
So
Liberian. Yeah, go on.
yeah, that's Liberian English for you. So what I want to say is this: one thing you should understand is Africa in the past. If Africans were together with one cause, together because of the same cause, long time in the past, I'll show you that a lot of the things that happen in Africa wouldn't have happened. Africans have not been united. We have been greatly divided.
No. I didn't say that we was like, you know, united.
I'm just giving
you know what I'm saying? But
you did not say we were united, right?
What I'm saying, yeah, it's not always been where there's been tribalism, there's been war. There was at one point where it was.
Let me just end so you can just, you know, say what you want to say, please. Yeah. All right. So I know what you're trying to say, right? Simply trying. The thing is this. First of all, let's get before. Let me first make you understand that there is positive tribalism and negative tribalism. And I'm not one of those from the school of thought that say that Africa should be divided. Everybody should just remain with their own tribal land. No, I'm against that. Because when you have group of people that are divided, it is easier to come among them, and it's easier to fight them and take what belongs to them. You know, we all have one thing in common, which is we are all dark. We all have dark, and like majority of us on the continent will have dark skin. So, and around the world, we see that we have a lot of enemies, and that is a major cause for us to unite on. But what I'm trying to say, you was talking about there have always been this form of this form of that, and the fact is, I just want to speak this based on facts. The fact is this: it have not been like that. The only time it have been like that, maybe sometimes when you see a certain powerful ethnic group that will wage war and create a large empire. That's when it happened. For example, the Mali Empire. I would have really appreciated it if Mansa Musa would have extended his empire down to other parts of Africa. You know, like it would have brought us together a long time. You know, those were the time that you see Africans had some sort of
Even he had Niger Republic. Remember, he was in Niger Republic. That's what he based when he died. So he went far.
You see, he went far, right? But if Mansa Musa would have gone further, if he have gone all the way to East Africa, if he have gone all the way to Cairo, all the way to North Africa, all the way to Southern Africa, but then would have lesser problem than this. You know, we have not really been. You know, the language is.
That makes
I'm coming out. Just give me a chance first. Language is one of the major things that divide people. When people do not have the same language, and you know they don't understand each other, even in our African country, just look at Nigeria. I'm a student in Nigeria. Even Liberia, there's some serious problem in Liberia. For example, there are certain tribes that believe that they just have a lot of issues with, you know, there's always a problem, except you have a powerful, you know, you need to have a person with a good cause that have power, that can bring about a movement. When he or she bring about this movement, that a lot of people can join this movement, so that particular cause can be, you know, like so that he can make sure he implement that course. That's that. I think with that, when that happens, then we'll have that unity. Just look at the United States of America. The United States of America is a land of many different group of people, but they are the United, but they are our country, right? Even though they fight all day, they have this blame, this, that, they are our nation. What happened? It was a certain group of people from Europe with a cause that went there, and they fought there and took that land. Even though I may not agree with some of the things they did, but there's lesson we can learn from it. They fought and they took that land, and the movement that they had. There were other people that saw it and they liked the idea. Some other states that was divided, they decided to join the United States, and they saw that movement. They for example, some the states of Texas and other places, they joined the United States. That was a good cause, and it became a country.
Right.
Today they are one people.
Make some point.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
My whole point Africa, it's never been tribalist. It's not always been like tribalism where we've been warring. It's not always been like that.
It's not that something is wrong. Let me tell you something. When you have people of different tribes and different ethnic groups, when you see them warring, it does not mean that they are inferior. No. The problem there is language barrier is a major, language barrier is a major hindrance. My language barrier and ethnicity, they are major hindrance to unity. Because first of all, apart from people not understanding each other, certain group of people believe that it is that right for them to rule.
All I'm saying, there's been some periods in Africa.
Another group of people believe that it is that right to
there's
rule.
been stability, and there's been some periods where there hasn't been stability. That's all I'm saying. Do you understand? Yeah. And in the period where there was stability, we did manage to find a way of getting along.
So I was just establishing the fact that we have not been having that kind of unity, and the only way that kind of unity will happen is when we have.
You have made your point already.
Yeah, Tunaja, let him finish. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear why you want to say that. Yes.
I wanted to say that it's not the language barrier that is the issue. It's our mindset that we don't tend to understand what is in our interest. Because if you look at the language barrier issue that you're addressing right now, we are speaking the same languages when we collaborated with British people to attack our fellow language speakers. Like the Yoruba people collaborated with the British to attack fellow Yoruba. The Igbo people did the same, and the South, all of them, they did the same. So it's not the language. We don't think strategically that okay, these people are actually coming from outside, and maybe we should see them as a threat. And if you look at black people all over the world, the way we behave as if everybody around us that is not us have somehow an interest in our well-being for some reason. We should have realized a lot earlier that all we have is our own self. Instead of fighting each other all the time, we act as if because somebody speaks a different language, it means that we cannot work together. Yes, we can. Europeans work together all the time, even when they slaughter each other in the millions. They work together all the time, and they speak different languages on top of it. So I don't think language is the real reason why we don't get on. It's just that our mentality is.
It's not the reason, Tunaja, but it can help if we speak one language.
Yeah, it will help, but we a lot of people spoke the same language when we encourage Europeans to destroy our kingdoms, isn't it? That's the problem. We don't seem to think strategically. Maybe because earlier on we didn't know about the rest of the world, so we didn't understand what was happening to us. But now we do. What is our excuse? Why do we keep always thinking nationality, being against the other nation? And let's face it, in my own estimation, this division that you see on the continent right now is not a very big one. Where the real problem is that we don't have a common challenge, a common enemy, or somebody, or a common rival out there that we have to fight against or we have to resist. If we like when we were resisting South Africa, most Africans were united. You see what I mean? So we don't have that anymore. So we just seem to be floating in the wilderness, and Europeans are very clever. They don't want to wake us up to that. If let's say Nigeria or Kenya or South Africa was invaded by South Africa, this in US today, you will see the behavior will change. Africans will change immediately. You will see their security outlook will change. Our unity will increase, and our cohesion will even be better. But we have not had that opportunity. So if there is another way to do it, you can come up with a plan, because I don't have that plan yet.
So I've got a question for Africa. I've got a question for Africa.
Right? I said that.
Yeah, go on.
I said that. I'll
Yeah,
explain
let him
that.
ask you question. You can pass the mic.
Yo, it's got gifts. I've got a question for Africa. Yo,
Yeah,
so
go on.
Africa.
Yeah,
Africa.
Yes, brother.
So, to me, yeah, what you lot were discussing earlier on, yeah, with IK, yeah,
ICAN, yeah,
ICAN, that's it, yeah.
Like,
I want you to answer me this question, yeah.
Okay.
You give me your honest answer, yeah.
Okay.
Why is it that that every type of conflict on the continent has got Fulanese involved? Why is that? Can you answer me that?
Yeah, you know what? When someone like you that actually I'm so glad you asked me this question in a very respectful and intrusive manner that you want to know. I don't have 100% answer to the question, but what I would tell you, if you look at the line of the Sahel, okay, it starts from Sudan, okay, it starts Sudan, you go to Chad, you go to Niger Republic, it comes to Mali, and it passes to Burkina and to where Mauritania is. These are, if you look at the line of the Fulani, their territory, it's spread along that. It's spread along that region.
Okay.
So and also if you look at on top of those lines, you find the what you call the Tuaregs, okay, and also like it depends on, like, for example, like Mali, it's not just the Fulani involved in there. You have the Bambara, you have different other tribes in there. You can see that anyway straight away, and you can see the Northerners who are the Aswad. If you go to Nigeria, you find the Fulani in there, you find the Hausa in there, you find the Songhai in there.
But what I'm thinking,
No.
Why is it? Hold on.
No, but bang, let me man talk. So do you know, for example, if you have a war, if there's a war in the area, these people are they came from outside with their agenda and their machinery and their weaponry. Okay. So what they do, they'll come to a town, okay. What they would do most of the time, I was in the war in Sierra Leone. What happened is they used to come to town, they will kill most of the useless people, and they will capture the young guns, and they will train them to join into fights, and they will brainwash them. They give them drugs.
So
they pay them.
Is that what you're saying happened to Fullers or what?
To some of them.
Because you know what? Let me tell you something. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, but let me talk to him. You can come after him. He's asking a very important question.
So.
No, I know
what you're trying
to tell me. You're not giving him what he wants. I know why he asked that question.
Hold on. So look. No, you can. This is what I have to say. This is what I have to say extra. Yeah. This is what I have to say extra. Yeah. Now.
Go on.
From my observation. Yeah. My point of view. Yeah. Like Fullers. Yeah. Have since from Timbuktu, them
Mali days.
Yeah. So
these are the Mali Empire.
They have contributed, to Africa. Yeah, they have,
way before that. Boy, yeah, go on.
Yeah. They used to be actually great people. Like they used to have some good scholars. Do you understand? Yeah,
they still are also.
But the problem is somewhere along the line, it's like it's gone haywire.
Okay.
Do you understand? Somewhere along the line, it's gone haywire. Where they're doing something else.
No.
Do you understand? Where it's like the nature has become deceptive.
No. Let me step.
Do you understand? It's religious based now. Do you understand? Religious base has infiltrated, the minds of Fulanese, where they, where it's like they want to go against their brothers on the continent. Do you understand?
Hold on. The British accent. Hold on.
Okay, no, wait. No, bang. You can let me just respond to him. You can come after me. I promise you come after me. Please.
You're gonna go back to history.
They've had some good scholars, man. They've had some good scholars.
That is barely 50 million in West Africa, and we are talking about them as if they are special. This is ridiculous. I don't know why you are obsessed over Fulani.
But most of the conflict revolves around. Do you understand?
No, it's not just them. It's not just them. Are they the Tuaregs that are talking now?
I know it's not
exactly,
but
it's not. Listen. Okay, let me just respond. Let me respond to. Let me just pass. I know it's fine. Don't take it offensive. Listen, man. Don't take everything offensive online. I'm begging you.
No. We're not taking it. It's not about taking it offensive, bro.
The reality is, there is.
Oh my God.
The man.
One at a time, and I'll listen to both of your opinions.
You can come after me. Man. Okay. For example, in the Sahel, there's so many Fulani guys are dying in the war fighting against terrorism, and there's some Fulanis who actually been recruited in terrorism. There are a lot of Bambaras fighting with terrorism in the Sahel. There are a lot of Bambaras military guys doing the same thing. And if you find this tribal line, you can find all the way from Sudan all the way to where you call Mali today. The Fulani is no different. When you talk about northern Nigeria, it's not far different to what's going on in the Sahel. It's the same issue. And also you got to remember, the propaganda also that's been, because I have spoken to someone. There are people who have been paid to go online to deliberately, tarnish the reputation and the name of the Fulani people. I have spoken to people who've been.
Do you know something? I understand that because all this, like the transatlantic slave trade, it was a lot of tribes that participated, and most certain tribes have tried to put blame on one specific tribe.
Specific.
Do you understand? Yeah. So I understand like that transatlantic thing was a whole different, whatever tribe was in power at that time.
That's irrelevant. We all know that. That's relevant.
So
all I'm trying to say
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, is it like do they feel betrayed or something? Like the fullers?
You see.
No, okay. No, wait.
Or do they feel like outcasts? You know what I'm saying? Because I think obviously religion.
Let me say
religion has alienated them from Africans a lot, hasn't it? Religion has alienated them from Africans, other Africans.
No, it's not. It depends who you're talking to, right? It depends on who you're talking to. If you go, listen, you're talking about the concept of Nigeria, yeah? Okay, Bang, go on. You respond now, come back, please. Okay, go on.
You're not trying to listen.
What tribe are you from? Are you from Nigeria? Which tribe? No,
I'm not from Nigeria.
He's not from Nigeria.
Where are you from?
I'm not from Nigeria. I've got two backgrounds. I was born here, born in Greenwich.
Yeah, and where are you from?
His parents.
My family originated. I got both sides. I got Ghanaian and I got Jamaican as well. I got both sides.
Okay.
That I can trace my roots to.
Okay.
So go on. Yeah, go on, Bang.
You see, Al, what he's trying to connect it to is either genetic or it's either like Islam. That's exactly what he was trying to connect it to. But he asked a respectful question, right? And then I'm gonna answer your question. Okay. Mostly the Fulani people, right? And the Fulani people are more than 50 million to Nigeria. Go do your homework, please.
40 million, 25 to 40 million, not even close.
No. We over
about 40 million.
Africa, their population is not even up to 40 million. Stop going on.
No.
It's about 40 million. United just let him go.
It's not up. Stop making stuff up. Stop making stuff up.
Hold on.
Okay. We 40 million or we 5 million. But that's just something. Okay. Like for instance,
the only time Fulani became significant in West Africa was after Osman and Fodio's revolution, when he basically took over. Yes, actually, give me any other time Fulanis were significant in West Africa in terms of being strategic. Stop going on. Nigeria is what made them significant.
Come on now, to Nigeria.
That's not true to Nigeria. I can address that.
If they cut them off from the south, they will be like the Sahel nations too.
It's my time to speak, man.
What's going on?
it's my time to speak.
Mhm.
Your
No, it's
tribe.
not your time to
Do you know
speak.
the?
Hold on.
What's going on?
The Igbo
Yeah, let
dominate
Bar
your people.
respond. Let him
I
respond.
think you people are
The Igbo
really,
dominate your people, man. So please be quiet.
Tunaja,
So
just
please be
let him,
quiet.
just
Let me
just let
you
him
are
ask you
speak.
this
Let him
question.
speak.
You're having a laugh now with
Mm.
this silly. This is why some Southerners in Nigeria really feel aggrieved because of the things people are doing. You forget you forget your place. You really do forget your place.
Oh, so
Because
now
if
we
they
forget
cut
our
you out from the
place.
south, you are nobody.
Oh,
You are stuck between the north and the south.
African.
Who are the Fulanis?
About these guys.
Stop going
You
on,
understand,
Jare.
yeah?
This
African.
type of talk is what pisses
You
people
understand
off.
what time you
This type of talk that is what
Now
pisses
you
people off.
understand.
Tunaja,
Why
why
they
you
want
getting angry?
Easy,
Chill out, chill out, chill out,
easy.
chill out,
Look,
chill out,
you
chill
don't
out, chill out,
let
chill
them
out.
answer my question. Let them answer.
Chill out,
They just keep
chill out,
talking about
chill out.
themselves.
Let them answer my question, man.
Nobody, Tunaja, chill out. Tunaja, okay, my brother, God gift. Listen, have you had the only tribe in Africa who actually significantly led to the conquest of a European nation were the Fulani, the Takrur Kingdom. Okay,
Was that the
African
Moors? Yeah,
tribe.
was that the Moors?
Yeah.
So yes, there were Moors were included. Yes. Hold on.
The
But
Takrur
Moors,
Kingdom,
Moors were different type of blacks, blood.
No,
Moors were different type of blacks. You know that.
hold on. God gift. Listen, the Tuaregs,
The Moors were different
Tuaregs,
type
who you
of
see,
blacks, blood.
listen, right? Listen up. The Moors are a mix of black and Tuareg. That's what Moors are.
Yes,
And listen,
they were mix
do you
of
live in the
blacks.
UK? A mix of black. Do you live in the UK? Do you live in the UK? God gift, right? Have you been to the town called Bath? Have you been to the town called Bath? Bath. Do you know Bath?
Bath.
Yeah.
Bath.
But do you know? Do you know it's a Tuareg? Do you know it's a Tuareg that built Bath?
this question. The
I've not
You know that?
really researched on that, but I do know. What I
No,
do know
okay.
when I go around, when I go around the UK, I see a lot of things saying more. I see a lot of streets saying
is mixed
more.
black. It's black and brown. Black and
Yes,
brown.
yes. So
Mauritania,
I see a
Morocco,
lot of
and
like Moorish, like
where you found
input.
where you found Morocco today, where you found Mauritania today, it used to be our kingdom. Do you heard about the Ghana Empire called Ouagadougou? The Ouagadougou is Ghana Empire. The Ghana, not Ghana country, Ghana Empire was side by side with the Great Takrur Empire. Now the Takrur Empire is the Fulani Empire. Elijah, don't stop it, don't stop it, don't stop me talking, don't stop me talking. The Takrur Empire, look it up, don't make the Takrur Empire was the reason why the conquest of Spain was possible. And we ruled Spain for the longest. So Tunaja, you can see what you like about our present issues, but there's not one single African race or tribe that managed to achieve that throughout African history. That's way before the Mali Empire. That's way before way before. God, am I making this up, bro? Am I making this up? Is there any black nation that managed to conquer Europe? Is there any black nation that did conquer Europe?
You see, Sheikh Tan Diop, yeah.
It's a Senegalese guy. It's Olaf. The Olaf are close. No, it's close to us. The Olaf are they're full up, but the Olaf are close. Listen, you go understand what Senegalese. You go understand what Senegalese people are. Senegal used to be Toro. Should just shut up? Senegal used to be Toro. Senegal is the ancestral home of the Fulani.
I'm trying to tell you that somewhere along the line, there's something that's gone wrong with the Fullers, man.
Sir.
Listen,
because they used to be patriotic
and also
for the continent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We still are the most patriotic.
Let's give Bang a minute. Bang really been trying to.
It's like they're fighting for the Muslim, the Arab Empire. You know what I'm saying? They've removed themselves from the African, the African essence.
Yeah, bang, go on, bang.
You know, sometimes, right? Some of these tribes, right? They don't have no history before the Europeans. Now the European came and conquered Africa. Now they have big mouth.
100%.
Now they have big mouth. So get that facts right. Okay, in Nigeria, right? In the Fulani people or the Fulani people, right? They mostly nomadic people, right? They live in the bushes with their cows, right? They raise their cows, right? They live
That's
like
not all
material.
though. It's like
No, I understand.
probably about
No,
5% of them.
No. I understand. But he's trying to connect it. Why every issues there's a Fulani in it. I'm trying to answer his question. I'm trying to give him the base reason why. In Nigeria, right, years ago, right, the Fulanese used to complain. They used to steal their cows. These so people used to go and steal the cows, right? And then when they go to the law people now, the law people don't do nothing. They say, "Oh, give us like 1 or 2 of your cows. We're gonna investigate and stuff like that, right?" And then nothing happens. And then it repeat again, right? Until then they lose all their cows. Now imagine now if somebody lose 100 cows, 300 cows, 500 cows, right? You understand me, right? And all they know is cow. That's all they know. So what do you expect that individual to do now?
And how much is a cow, bang? How much is a cow? I tell God gift, how much is a cow? The cow is $1,000.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Look. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's 2006.
How many tribes? Listen, how many tribes in Africa?
Look.
How many tribes in Africa? You can go to a village. You can go to an entire village in Africa. You count the whole village. None of them. You can put the whole village wealth together. They don't have $1,000. These people are broke.
But
They live in the dark.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah,
they have no money. So when the Fulani man is moving into
thing has been going on for like hundreds of years with like poultry and farming and all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's 2006, blood. It's 2006. That thing there, we have to move on from that. Fighting over like cows and land and.
Maybe if they are stealing their cows, maybe they shouldn't have their cows in those areas. Take your cows and put them in Futajalon or somewhere in the Sahel, so that you can be at peace with yourself. When you come to other parts of the southern part, I don't know why.
Right?
Man, them are still quarrying over cows and sheep and them things.
Keep your cows to the
Listen, they're still stealing in the village. They're still in the villages because they're hungry. They got no food. And
this is what I mean, This is what I was trying to tell you about, the other time with Dangote and everything else. That wealth should be spread through education and everything else.
You're right. You know the funny thing is, right? The Hausa Fulani are the richest. You can Google it, Godwin. The Hausa Fulani are the richest ethnic group in Africa. Okay, they are the richest ethnic group in Africa. But the wealth is not evenly spread. The wealth is not evenly spread.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, that it should be spread through education. Because you can't have man them in 2006 fighting over cows.
Fulani elite. Listen, I blame the Fulani elite in northern Nigeria for that. And that one thing you got to admit to that. The Fulani elite in northern Nigeria.
You're fighting over technology, some advanced technology, but killing over cows and them things there, it's just ridiculous, bruv. We're in 2006, bruv. We should have moved on.
Hold on. Answer this question, right? In the south, right? Southeast and southwest, right? If you steal onions that's only worth $5, even $1, they will burn you alive. You know that, right?
Actually, most of that.
You should tell your tribes to stop stealing and start making money. Tell your people down there to stop stealing and start making money, bro. You'll be fine.
The born people, they have a right to be killing people left and right.
Why are they stealing people wealth? Why are they stealing people wealth? And it's wrong killing people for cows. I agree. Tunisia is wrong killing people for wealth. I know. Tunisia.
Because of the nonsense I'm hearing here, it's ridiculous.
No, but we don't. Listen, we don't care if people hate us. Have you ever seen Fulani begging for friends? Because we don't need that. We don't need. We can back up what we say. We don't need friends.
No. You are not.
We don't need friends. We're not the type of people that beg for friends.
You guys have come on Dyna's platform to come and dominate and colonize the place as if you are relevant. You are not relevant. I don't understand why.
Oh God!
What you mean by relevant? Let me read these super chat. I gotta read these super chats. Crenshaw Grider, thank you for 4725. Thank you for $10 holla. The South Sudanese are true heroes for stopping the tide. They have been the epitome of the African warrior spirit. They made a model for us to celebrate and support. African Goddess, thank you for your 4,000 naira. I appreciate you. God's gift. Have you spoke yet? God's gift.
Yeah. Let him speak, man.
You didn't hear me. I've come in. I've already said my piece, But all I'm saying, is that it's about time people stop fighting over, like, cows and petty stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like killing over cows, or where like someone's gonna graze, where their cow's gonna graze. This is all little conflicts. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be happening. We should have moved on from there by now. Because this has been going on for hundreds of years.
You always want to promote your tribe. You see how they sound like Arabs? They always want to promote their tribe constantly. Fulani. That's all they talk about. Fulani constantly. You keep promoting your tribe like Arabs do. And you forget that the Arabs are going to come for you too.
Hey, listen. One thing I have to say, yeah.
All right, Tunaja,
One thing I have to say before I close out, yeah. One thing I have to say, yeah. One thing I have to say, listen. Listen. One thing I have to say, like, my honest opinion, like, the Fulani tribes, like, they need to stop siding with them Arabs, yeah, because they stand to, be embraced more, yeah, in the African, like, centric. Do you understand? They stand to gain more, like, you know what I'm saying? So they have to, like, stop aligning with them Arabs, because them Arabs don't see you as them anyway. They're just using you, mans. Do you understand? They're using you for their dirty work, nobody, you get me? All this, like,
nobody fights.
Going to recruit these little young,
You don't understand it.
Yeah, listen,
when you talk to them,
nobody been fighting.
They look down upon, man. They look down upon.
I know. Listen, nobody been fighting Arabs. Nobody. Listen, we've been fighting the Arabs longer than any African tribe. There is no tribe in Africa that been fighting Northerners than us.
More than the Fulanis. There isn't.
Nobody. Yeah. It pains me.
Because the problem is that religion, yeah. Because of that religion,
really pains
it's easy to draw you man in. Because what them Arabs do, they use that religion as a tool. They use the religion as a tool to draw you man in.
Tunaja, you know, Buhari. I'm sorry, my brother. Buhari was the last Nigerian president. Okay, Buhari, he have PTSD fighting in the Chadic war. Debbie, his dad, was killed in the front line by the Tuaregs. That's when the Tuaregs was going to overrun the entire West Africa. If you go to the Niger Republic, wait. This cattle had a problem. He's the one that stopped the Tuareg invasion. The man alone, him alone got it. One Fulani military guy. Wait, bro.
Do you know what?
Yeah. No, but listen. You see that? One second. God give. That corridor where you call Chad today, where Sudan, where they're slaughtering black people in Darfur, that region.
Yeah.
That Chad, Sudan basin. My man is a Fulani guy that was a former president of Nigeria. He went there and stopped the Tuaregs. He had a tough battle with his guys over there for the years, and he managed to stop this invasion. Okay, and he had PTSD, and that's the reason why he became a bad. That's why he became a bad, terrible leader when he got elected as a president, because the guy is not normal. Even his wife came out.
That was it. Is it the RSF leader? He's a Fulani in it.
Bang. No, it's not Fulani. He's not Fulani. He's Afro-Arab. He's Afro-Arab.
I have a question for the panel, please.
Yeah, I think he's something about half.
I'm coming now. Let me
trying to say to you,
I can tell you that
they need to stop.
Wait. Hold on.
Arabs use them as tools, blood.
Gentlemen, can I ask one question, please? Gentlemen, no, bang. You have talked a lot. Others need to talk to now.
Malabra speak. Yeah, but let him speak, man. Yeah, go on, man.
Yes. So, we are talking about religion, this, but let me say this. If you go to a higher supreme power to give you things, to give you land, give you wealth, give you power, and the higher supreme power say you have to obey me while I'm giving you those things, don't you think that if you don't obey that higher supreme power, you lose what you have? You are definitely going to lose it. So if you say that people who have their religion, they should not obey their supreme being that they are serving, they should focus on, I'm not saying that they should not love their brothers and sisters, their African brothers and sisters, but telling them to obey some and disobey some. Don't you think that when they disobeying some, those higher powers that they are going to, those higher supreme beings they are serving, or the higher supreme being that they are serving, may get angry and deal with them, that they will lose everything they have? So you gotta look at it from that angle.
Apply that to the Arabs in the Middle East, blood. Apply that same logic to the Arabs in the Middle East, and you get a clear answer. They'll just tell you, we're with our people.
I'm coming. Hold on, please. I'm coming. Hold on, please. Hold on. Yes. So the thing is this: from the beginning of time up to now, we have understood that men have gained sovereignty by power. You do not gain sovereignty before you fight. You need to know what you're depending on to fight. So they think so they think that you are depending on, or the person that you are depending on, for which you say that will have this power to win this battle. You need to solve that thing, or you need to solve that person. That what religion is about. So human being, anybody, even the Arabs, the Christians, the traditional African, all those things, all those various spirituality, those people, before, the reason why you see, in this past, our people, like some of them changed religion from religion because when they wanted to conquer certain territory, like I heard some history of some people from my tribe, when they wanted to conquer certain place, because certain people defeated them before, and they enslaved some people. So when they wanted to conquer, when they wanted to fight them, wanted to fight and gain a kingdom, and also attack other kingdom and conquer those places to enlarge their kingdom, what they did was they made covenant with some higher spiritual being, and the higher spiritual being, in order for the covenant to work, for you to get that power, for you to get that land, all those sovereignty, you need to obey the being. So if you are telling the people to not obey Islam, what you are doing now is you are going to make us to lose. You are going to make the Muslims to lose everything they have. If you are telling Christians to not obey their God, you are going to make them to lose everything they have. If you are telling African traditionalists to not obey their God, you are going to make them to lose everything they have.
1 second, Ban. Yeah, 1 second.
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question, right?
Yes.
A couple months ago, right? Wasn't it the Christians begging so-called Donald Trump to come invade Nigeria? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it the
They're still doing it.
But the thing is this, when a person is from a religion, you ask me a question, right?
No, hold on.
Yeah.
On the so-called Christians, the Southeasterners, they want to separate from Nigeria because they lost.
And also
because they can't compete.
And also it's funny.
That's not I'm coming and no. It is possible to be of a certain No, listen to me. There are certain people who are of certain religion that listen. If you are, just because you say that you are of a certain religion doesn't mean that you are ready. If people who are ready obeying a certain religion, or who are ready obeying their God, listen. If they are obeying their God and doing what they are supposed to be doing, a certain thing that will not happen to them. They see the reason why you see certain things happening to certain people who are part of certain religion. Sometimes ask this question: whether they are doing everything. If they are doing everything they need to do and nothing has been done, that means something is wrong with that religion. The reason why you see those people asking those questions is because certain thing is not right. They are not doing certain things.
You cannot accuse people.
No. That's not true.
Okay. Let me break this down. Let me break this down.
That's not true. I can give
you know what's happened to the Fulanese, yeah?
I have proof.
Do you know why the Fulanese are the way they are? The reason why they're the way they are, because you see, most of the lands in North Africa, yeah? Most of the lands in North Africa used to belong to Fulanese, yeah? That's where their territory. Do you understand?
No.
Yeah? Because of conflict.
No.
It's the truth. Because of conflict and wars.
Okay, if I give you the map now,
have been like,
God gives. Wait. If I give you the land,
your lands are in the north, blood. Your lands are in the north. Do you understand? Yeah, we're during the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire and all these what's it called, Tuareg and all these people. Yeah. Because of all the conflict, you've been displaced. The Fulanese have been displaced.
No, my brother. Okay. The issue is African.
It is true, blood. That's your lands up there. Your lands are in the north.
That's not true, bro.
It is true.
Yes.
Tunisia, Morocco, and them things. If you go back 100 years ago, if you go back like 500, 600 years ago, they never used to be there.
No,
If you go back 700 years ago,
than other gods. So
people there, they're not indigenous to the land, are they? The people there, the Arabs and the North are not indigenous. So whose land is that then? Whose land? Whose land?
Okay, one second, guys. One second, guys.
Where does that belong to?
Let me
Who
tell
does that belong to then?
You said, did you say your people from Ghana? You said people from Ghana, right? Ghana, I should see
That's where
today.
my roots. I trade my roots and I trade my roots in both.
Okay. People that you find in Ghana today, okay, if you ask them, they will tell you that's exactly their territory. Where Algeria today, southern Algeria, the people you find in Ghana today are the people that you find in North Africa years ago. That's where the Phoenicians came. The Phoenicians pushed them down. No, wait, you don't know this. If you look at Senegal today, the Senegambian River,
Senegambian River. This. Where is the Fulani main home then? You tell me that then. Where is their main home?
Toro, Senegal. Have you heard about a country called? No, wait, no, bang. Stop making false claims. False claims.
Yo. I'm telling you that it's your land. It's been displaced. That's why there is that.
God, wait. No, Fula come from Futa Toro. We're what they call Toro. We are Toro people. The people, listen. The land called Senegal today.
Go on, educate me.
Okay? Wait, thank you. I'm so glad that you want to educate.
Guinea-Conakry area.
Oh God, no. We went to Futa Jalon later on. We have 5 kingdoms. Okay, our oldest kingdom that we ever have is called Futa Toro. Now the Futa Toro area is where the Takrur kingdom used to be. Now the Takrur kingdom is actually next to the Ghana Empire, which is the 2 oldest empires in West Africa. These are the first 2 empires before the Tuaregs or Arabs or any other race stepped foot in Africa. Okay, so the Takrur kingdom used to be around the Senegambia River, that where you call Toro today. Futa Toro is the first kingdom. Then we have a kingdom called Masina in Mali. Okay, then after the one in Futa Jalon is the 3rd oldest kingdom. Well, there is a dispute between these full scholars, that have to be researched in the Mali library. Which one is the oldest? Whether it's the one in Adamawa in Cameroon, because we have Adamawa, and also we have another one in the one where Nigeria is, okay, and one in Nigeria area. So these are the 3, the 5 kingdoms. But what I'm trying to say to you is our origin and our cousins of people. The people are the actually owners of Senegal today. If you go to Senegal, there's only 3 tribes that have region in Senegal. It's the Fula, the Sere, and the Jola. Okay, the Jolas are the one that fight for liberation in Casamance because they want to be break free from us. But the Sere, the Sere people. Wait. You want to learn, brother? You want to learn?
Why is it the Fullers are always? Why they all based in the north? Why they all based on that line on that Sahel line? Because I'm trying to tell you,
because of the trade routes. You can't tell me, bro. God, you
1,000 years
let me
ago.
tell you.
That's where they used to be based.
Listen,
that's where they used to be based. That's where their kingdom used to be 1,000 years ago.
Brother, all of people came to Senegal and from a kingdom from Sudan. There's so many tribes in West Africa.
Okay, Sudan's in the north, man.
No.
That's what I'm saying. You just proved my point.
Are you trying to lie? I'm not saying Fuller. I'm not saying Fuller. I said the Olof people that live in Senegal.
Okay.
Oh my God, this land. Listen. Do you want to learn from me or not?
Go speak your piece.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are genetically and linguistically linked to Futa Toro. We are the original owners of Senegal. Nobody on this planet Earth that genetically can claim.
Now you started making stuff up. Now do you know that there was a kingdom there or a civilization that they called it? Hold on. Do you know about it that teaches this in people a civilization that existed there thousands of years ago, almost at the same time as the Egyptian civilization arose there? So
okay.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying before you start claiming that area. That civilization They never said that they were Fulani people there. They were.
Fulani as a concept. Fulani as a concept. You see, you're not listening. You're not listening, are you? That's the problem with you guys. You already have that
the original owners of the Senegalese area. That's what you're saying.
Fulani as a concept. The Sere people who live in Senegal today, who you can find in Senegal, and they are very dark-skinned people. They're actually very, very, they're darker compared to their neighbors. These are our original cousins, people who, if you want to say race, these are the people that we belong to before some of us started mixing with the northern people, like what you call the Tuaregs, and for example, the conquest of the Spain and other people that came and mixed that enable us to have different genetics. Okay, so we're tiny fishing little.
When did you actually become Fulani?
When we become Fulani, that is a very good argument. I think we have. No, it's not Jalon. It's not Futa Jalon is not the oldest empire of the Fulani. Stop teaching me my history. Futa Toro, Google it.
So who were the original inhabitants of North Africa before the Arabs?
The original inhabitants of North Africans are the people that you find. Majority of the people you find in West Africa today are the original inhabitants of North Africa. The people that you find in Ghana today, you said the Akan people will tell you they got linked to Algeria. They don't
say they got linked to Algeria. They say they got linked to Egypt and them thing there. They say they got linked to the Far East. That man tell you they got linked to the Far East. They moved from the Far East and came down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just like the Yoruba, they say they come from Mecca.
And you know something as well.
It's all lies.
You know something as well. You know something as well. When it comes to East Africa, you got the Somalis. I think some of them used to be inhabit some of the northern parts as well. Do you understand? Yeah. So when
the Somalis, I hate when people just listen
because.
Right? You got see us. Listen, us the Fulani
we share
and the
DNA traits, innit? They share DNA traits with most of the Berbers and
exactly.
Exactly. West Africans as well.
Yeah, that's why Mande people are not Bantu people. This is why I said earlier we're not Bantu. People in West Africa, like what you find in Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, all the way to northern Nigeria, are part of the Hausa. The Hausa are Asiatic people and the Kanuris. But the language that we speak is Niger Congo, and there is no other evidence to show that the Fulani was speaking another language before the language that we're currently speaking.
No, the language is the Niger Congo language. That is true. And I think you're right when you said that the Fulani people probably mixed with the Tuaregs to gain the competition they have. Otherwise, they would have been speaking Afro-Asiatic language like the Tuaregs do. So that makes sense from that point of view. But when you were talking about origins, that's the way I have an issue with you. What you are saying about the origin, that when they actually became what we call Fulanis today, generally their own scholars, not only you, their own scholars say it's from Futa Jalon. That's what they know.
No.
They became Fulanis.
Just Google it. Futa Jalon and Futa Toro. Which one is the oldest?
Jalon. In fact, Futa Jalon was the main inhabitants of Futa Jalon from the Jalonke languages from
Jalonke people. Okay, even the Jalonke people. Listen. What you call Guinea today, right? These are people that came from Masina, from Mali. Even your Mano people came from Mali. What you call Guinea today, most of the people that live in Guinea, they're not native in Guinea. The Guinea used to belong to the Baga people. Sierra Leone used to belong to the Limba people. Okay? Is when the Mali Empire fell, when Mansa Musa is one of, I think it's his dad, who was so weak and feeble, and the Islam came to Mali, and some of our ancestors, some of the Fullers and the Jalunke, and they decided to say, look, we don't want to be part of this religion, fuck this. We're going to run in the forest, because they was barbaric towards people, how they brought the religion. So they decided to say, right, we're gonna move. But then another branch came down called Malik Dawda C. He was a Soninke, who is the first person who translated the Quran. People think Fulani are the one that brought Islam to West Africa. It's just a myth. The first person who actually adopted Islam in West Africa was a Soninke. His name is Malik Dawda C. He's the one that translated the Quran into our local languages. And he is the one that's because of the remnant of the Ghana Empire, because of the trade route. Remember, these Tuaregs came to West Africa trading with us. So the Fouta Jalon was where you call Fouta Jalon today. Is actually was the outpost of the Mali Empire. Is the outreach. That's why when they say Mansa Musa should have spread. I said to you already spread. Is the same thing. Fouta Toro is the oldest kingdom of the Fulani in the whole world. When you talk about in the modern day, but if you talk about ancient, if you just Google the Takrur Kingdom for me, if you got a phone on you, Google the Takrur Kingdom. Okay, and where the Takrur Kingdom is,
That Futa Jalon place themselves. That place was a jihad that was carried on there at a certain point in time. The major inhabitants they are in some parts of Guinea and Sierra Leone. That Futa Jalon place is a recent. That was a recent kingdom.
Thank you. It's a new kingdom. That's what I said to you. It's not new. It's not new. People just say, "Oh, Fulani come from Futa." They come from Futa Toro. Do it as I said to you.
Fulani are not from Futa Jalon. That's the
no, they're from Futa Toro.
From Futa Toro. Okay.
Toro, yeah, Toro.
You just said they are from that Takrur. You know, like you give a history that they had a kingdom before called the Takrur people, right?
The Takrur Kingdom, yes. The Takrur Kingdom is if you Google the Ghana Empire, okay, just Google GANA. Don't put Ghana, GANA Empire, and you Google Takrur, TAKURUR.
Let me ask you a question, yeah? Yeah. Let me ask you a question here. So when
we're here to learn.
Look. When did Fullers, yeah, and houses transform? Hold on. Look, listen. When did they transform to Islam? I know they got their own, they got their own religion.
Okay.
Do you understand? They got their own.
Do you know where Lake Chad is today? Okay, the Lake Chad is where when the Fullers started joining the Tuaregs and the nomadic people and the Manding and the other tribes because we know for a fact Mali Empire, the Niger Republic that you see today, used to be part of the Mali Empire. And where you call Burkina Faso today, there was a fort during the time of Sunjata Keita. There was a fort built there to protect the Mali Empire. So if you look at Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, all the way, that's like northern Nigeria, basically, and all the way to Lake Chad. It was a trade because the Fulani have been, and other tribes in West Africa, they have groups that is actually cattle herders, but we continue this tradition longer than other tribes. Okay, so basically we used to take the cattle all the way to the Lake Chad and back to Senegal, and then we used to take the cattle follow the River Niger, because the River Niger come from Fouta Jalon that you see today.
I think in the bigger scheme of things in West Africa, let's get this straight. If not because of Nigeria, the Fulanis will just be.
Oh God! Okay, yeah. Let me just finish. Let me finish my story.
You've been talking about Fulani forever.
No. This guy asked questions to Niger. Let me finish.
People understand what we're talking
about. The Nigerians are getting triggered.
Let me understand what we're talking about.
Without damn food, the Fulani is nothing. Okay, that's fine. We got you. If not damn food, they were nothing. That's fine. You're right.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So Fulani make up 15%. They have 15 million in Nigeria out of 230 million. So the reason why Fulanis, we are talking about Fulanis.
Well, I want you to back me though, because I want you to when I'm talking. Can you double check with the original Fulani are in Senegal before we move on? Let me
finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish what I'm saying. The reason why we are even talking about Fulanis today more than the other groups in the Sahel is because of what happened just about 200 or so years ago with Osman and Fodio, where they conquered a lot of this thing. They didn't. You wouldn't even call it conquer, because most of the Hausas joined them because it was like a revolution. So because the Hausas
it was a revolution.
Hold on, let me finish.
They were already Muslims.
They were already Muslims. So for
they were Muslim before the Fulani.
Osman and Fodio led the revolution. That's what made the difference. So they came into Nigeria, and this is why we are talking about them. Otherwise, they will be talking about them like the Mandike and all the other group of people. So let's not
Mandinka are great people. Mandinka are great people. My mother is Mandinka. My mother is a Mandinka. My father is Fula. They're great people.
But nobody's talking about them in terms of the continental West Africa, because they, even if they number similar numbers as Fulanis, it's because of the Fulani presence in Nigeria. That's what gives them relevance. So the idea that we are talking about this, and this is what pisses most Southerners off, that even Ghanaians, it pisses them off. That the way we are talking about Fulanis, as if they matter.
Oh, forget about Ghanaians, man. Please forget about Ghanaians.
I was trying to push them out like they are doing right now. So we are not going to be talking about Fulanis as much.
Okay.
It's just Islam that gave them their foothold.
Okay. You know, these people. Hold on. Africa. These people don't understand this, right?
Thank you, Tunaja.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why we keep obsessing over these things. As if
all right. Okay, you made the point. We got you.
Let's give you history now. In Sierra Leone, when you look at the richest people, majority of them are Fulanis. You understand me, right? You understand me, right?
No, it's true. The Fulani are the
in Nigeria, Fulani is not the richest.
Okay.
Hausa Fulani were come together are the richest.
Hold on. In you understand? In Senegal, right? 70% of the people are Fulanis. You understand it, right? In Senegal.
You be surprised how many subgroup of Fulani you have in West Africa. You don't.
Let's see the richest Senegalese now. Let's see the richest Senegalese.
I said this before. You go back to Mali.
Cheita Kente is Fulani.
Kante. You have listen. Google it first.
Is it Fulani?
Hold on.
Is the question I'm asking now.
Let me give you a tip.
Well, most Fulani in Senegal and Mali are Kante. Yeah, go on.
30 seconds.
Is it
right?
They share that last.
Man, two Niger.
So if it's not Fulani, then what is all the force? Let's go for the next one.
Let me give you a tip.
Yes.
Let me give you a tip, right? Because you don't understand Fulani are genetic. You don't understand it. You think you just
give me the tip then.
What's this guy? Man, Koulibaly. Kalidou Koulibaly, right? That used to play for Chelsea, the center back. That's a Fulani back.
Koulibaly, Ambalo, you know, sometimes you can get Kante. Depending on Fulani, which country they find themselves in.
Senegalese Jallo. They don't even have this Wikipedia page. That's how poor they are. They are so poor they don't even have Wikipedia page.
They don't. Listen. Tunaja, the road construction company in Sierra Leone that built the roads owned by Fulani guy.
The first people that wrote books in Nigeria are Fulanis. The first people that actually wrote books are Fulanis.
From Timbuktu.
Yeah, during the Mali Empire, they were.
The moment they go, Africa just said that is from another group. Now you're seeing the Fulani. The first road book.
No, wait.
Yes.
They got They got great intellectuals.
No, the Quran. I was talking about the Quran. Tunaja, you might hate the Fulani, but they were the Fulani and the Mandinka were the scholars of the Mali Empire. They were the scholars of the Shakur kingdom. They the scholars.
Making themselves appear more relevant than they should.
Oh, there's that.
Listen, all I gotta say, all I have to say,
my Jamaican brother, you got that Nigerian man trigger today, bro.
Look, all I have to say. All I have to say, yeah.
You got the Nigerian man trigger, you know. This is how we deal with them.
Listen. All I have to say, yeah. Listen to this. Before I cut out, listen to this.
Go on.
Listen to this. Look, we have a chance, yeah, on the continent, yeah, to like do something really great, yeah, because it's a crucial time. You know what I'm saying? If you see what's happening in the Middle East, and like, you know what I'm saying, this is a time of opportunity, yeah, where we can like step up and do something for ourselves on the continent, create a real utopia, you know what I'm saying? Something really good where we can like feel comfortable and let the honey, you know what I'm saying, let the honey come through. You understand? You know, like in the Quran, you know, they got like, you know, you keep on drinking the honey. So we need to let that honey flow. Yeah. So basically, we have an opportunity. We need to stop quarreling about, cows and all these little petty stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's to my Fulani like brothers over there. You need to stop it with the
We're not
petty stuff.
Fulani. Listen, that name Fulani was given to us by Nigeria. We're not Fulani. We're Fula.
Fuller, okay,
Fulla.
Fuller, yeah. What? Listen to my message though. My message is we need to stop quarreling and killing over little petty stuff, bro. So we can move forward.
I want you to before you go. Listen, before you go, I want you to come. Before you go, let's one thing that you can see learn from me today, that the Fulani people are native and origin to Futa Toro. I want you to double check with that before you do.
All right, okay, that's insightful. Futa Toro. Futa Toro, yes.
From Tutatoro, that's where you guys were. But remember, that is not the whole Senegal, it's just the region. And that region is also where Futa Jalon is. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I hope you take my message in.
Tonight, what was he saying again?
I just want to take my message in because we have an opportunity to do something, you get me? And all this disturbance, is just holding us back. Yeah, all this little disturbance is holding us back. We've got an opportunity to do something great.
We are here to learn, yeah. At least we got that cleared. And so next time you speak about Fulla, because every tribe, listen, we have different tribes in West Africa that spread out to other countries. We're not the only tribe that spread out to other countries, okay? And you find it all depends. Most tribes that came from the Mali Empire, when the Mali Empire fell, they migrate to different countries. You see one tribe, in this country, find them in another country, find them in another country.
Of course, a lot of there's a lot of dispersed in it.
Exactly, and the Fulani in Nigeria,
you see,
and as I can agree to Niger a little bit also, that the Fulani in Nigeria, hold on. The Fulani in Nigeria, they did not, their presence there, it's not because of conquest, it's because, wait. Do you know the Fulani being in Nigeria? It's not because of conquest. They was already there. Danfodio was followed by Hausa and Fulani. It wasn't because of any other. No, but he came there as a saint to help them, from overtaxing and enslavement. No, but sometimes you got to give him a middle ground. Okay, Danfodio was a savior. He came there. He came there as a savior, but
everyone knows about Usman Danfodio. Everyone knows about him.
And the funny thing is, brother, if you speak to a lot of Fulani and Hausa in northern Nigeria, they will never speak ill of Danfodio. They see him as
no one speaks ill of Danfodio. Even the southern people don't speak ill of Danfodio.
Actually, they do. Actually, don't go on about
that. The Southerners do. Tonight I will tell you.
They're trying to like it. Other parts, they're trying to Islamize.
Not all of them.
Okay. So at least we got one fact correct today, that you find the origin of our people. We're not just some dusty people that just move around. We have origin, and also the second place we find ourselves.
Just West Africa. I don't know why people.
That's who we are. We're just West African, just like anybody else. So there's nothing special about us than other people. But we're not trying to.
Quite a lot. So.
Oh yes, absolutely. We 100% mix with them. We mix with them because of the we mix with the Tuareg for two reasons. Okay, we mix with the Tuareg due to the conquest of Spain. Okay, and we mix with the Tuareg due to proximity. There are two reasons why that is. The conquest of Spain. That's due to the Takru Kingdom. Okay, you can Google that also. And as I said to you, the reason why the Tuaregs were able to conquer Spain is because we helped them to do that, and by doing that, we got rewarded in terms of governorship and rulership in Spain.
Africa.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me the Fulanis were involved in the conquest of Spain?
Yes, Google Takru Kingdom. Google Takru Kingdom.
They're part of the Moorish Empire. The Moorish Empire is all different types of blacks, bruv.
No, we're here to learn. Let him Google it. Google it. Takru Kingdom.
No, he's not here to learn, man. He's here to beg.
Anyway, look,
That's what he is for.
look.
He's here to beg
All
for
I'm
many
saying,
people.
all
Because
I'm
you know why?
saying is the petty killings need to stop, blood. You get me? Let's get the real cake, man.
No. Let me say this real quick, right? When you see these Southeasterners,
Hold on. Let me read what it says. Let me read what it says. I asked where the plan is involved in the conquest of Spain. It says, based on historical account, the primary force that conquered Spain in 1711 AD was a coalition of Berbers and Berbers from North Africa and Arabs. So where did the Fulani? Okay, let me see. It says Fulani involvement. Why some claim on social media or specific non-academic narratives argue that the various African groups, including those affiliated with a sultanate of Takhor or early Fulani population in North Africa, were part of the Moorish coalition. This is not a prominent feature in mainstream academic history of the
You got to understand. You got to understand. You see these Googles, yeah, and everything else.
I don't know why you're making a fuss.
They don't like to tell the truth. They don't like to tell the truth. We see that because the European man's never gonna tell you that. Oh yeah, like black people like conquer them. You know what I'm saying? You always try and divert.
Okay. I don't know why you read the 8th century Muslim conquest of Spain was rapidly, basically. Yeah. So let me. You could go back to it. I'll send you the link if you want. I'll pass the link for you.
I know about the Haratins that were involved in those. The black Haratins that were involved in those days, but not at the level you are saying. Fulanis were not.
Takrur and West Africa in this context. No.
How can Fulanis be in North Africa during that time? If they were there, they were just there in little numbers. They were not significant in terms of the.
They was there. It was a cavalry. It was a cavalry that actually helped the conquest of Spain. It was the Takrur Kingdom cavalry. What is cavalry? It's like bunch of people with horses and warriors. Does that sound?
Africa.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off, right?
Tonight, I don't know what you're reading, but
go on.
I'm reading it from online there.
Hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off, right? We be talking about the Fulani.
You were selective on what you said.
Hold on. I'm sorry, but I would like to know.
The Kujabi, they break it down actually on here. Tunaja is sad.
Hold on, Tunaja.
He's not proud of his tribe.
He will tell you. We are some of the oldest people in West Africa, so stop going on.
Okay, what is this then? Give us the name.
No, you see. Since you're part of Tuareg and also, there's no point.
How you see by the picture what he represents?
Give us your name because since you're so obsessed.
Are you seeing my picture? Are you seeing my picture? Okay, tell me anything you've done that represents that image that I have.
What is your tribe?
See how dishonest this Nigerian guy is. I'm reading something that tell me exactly what I just said.
I will be what he is.
Oh my God.
Are you seeing that mask there? Are you seeing the mask
of your tribe?
And do you know what? No, my God gift.
Are you not proud of your tribe?
There's a guy in
You have said Fulanis out of your mouth.
There's a guy.
40 times.
Bang. There's a guy from. There's a guy. No, wait. Bang. There's an African American guy from Carolina. Yeah. Bang. Go steady. There's a bang. You're not making this right. Listen. Leave that man.
No, because you can't be peaceful with
leave that man alone, bro. Why are you wasting your time with him? There is an African American guy who is actually went to Morocco to the museum in Morocco recently. Yeah, and he basically presented that to him, and because he asked them, because he find out his ancestors were Fulani, just like Brandon that come on the show now and again, and they was breaking it down to him, and in fact they was telling him one of the first emir of Morocco was a Fulani guy, and that's due to the retreat of Al-Andalusia. And so basically, they actually show him some of the stuff, how much the Fulani really contributed to the conquest of Spain. And the reality is the difference between us with some of these other African tribes. We are one of the people who are able to write our history down, and we pass it on to generation after generation. Unfortunately, some of the tribes that you see who actually very loudmouth people on social media today, they have no history. That's just the reality. The only history they have is when the transatlantic slavery accord, they connive with the Europeans.
When the colonial master and everything else is there.
That's it. And these are the same colonial masters who disrupted the empires that we're building in
a young man like you calling people colonial masters, other people's husbands masters.
Well, that's what they call it. Sudaja, that's what they call them. Though. You know the concept I'm trying to say. And this is the fallacy. This is the problem that we face.
Fulani youth that is supposed to be Gen Z. Look at the language he's using, calling other men women's husbands masters.
And if you notice,
Is it because you're last place? Is it because of you looking up on us? Is it because
of chill out, man?
Oh,
look. Anyway.
Man, some of you Nigerians.
But let the man speak. Let the man speak. Let the man speak. Yeah, God, give what you gonna say.
All it is, I just wanted to find out a few questions. You get me? Yeah, like in regards to the previous conversation that was being had.
Yeah, to be a president.
But hey, listen.
And also the only tribe. Listen. Is it what you call bang. God, because you want to learn. I like.
Hey guys, we got to close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe to the next time. Family Dynasty Search for Huru. Peace.
I love you. Love everyone.